Welcome, Patriots. Welcome, everybody. It is finally Thirsty Thursday. Excuse me, with yours truly, not so on, Sean and on, and the one and only Feisty Cat, who I'm hoping brought a little extra feistiness with her today. Hope everybody's
I can tell you
having a
about
great
my
day.
arguments with AI.
Yes. You know what? I actually sit there, and when you said that to me last night, I actually sat there and thought about it and pictured it in my mind. What does this dispute between Kathy and AI look like and sound like? I wish I was in that room. I wish I was a fly in the wall.
Well, there were some unsavory words said.
And this is going to be for Monday, I assume, right? Yes. And we got the SPLC, which that happened yesterday. That is great news.
I saw the SPLC announcement.
Yep.
But I didn't look at the indictment because I've been kind of buried. I can't wait to read it because there's always a lot of little nuggets in those.
Yep.
That, they try to make it look like they're just giving you the story, but there's always those little nuggets that you're like, so that's where that goes.
There were more charges added today.
Well, remember when we first did, God, it feels like so long ago when I did the SPLC stuff.
I know.
Doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And we led into LCCHR and I said, these are connected. Remember?
Yep.
Okay. So remember when I said these indictments against SPLC are against the organization?
Yes.
Be patient.
Yeah, because they can't.
You don't indict a company, you indict people, right?
Yeah.
So those were information indictments, right?
Yep.
So, do you happen to have handy that idiot's picture that was indicted yesterday?
Oh,
do you just have it handy? I mean, I think.
What's her name?
Her. The blonding
Heidi Byrich.
bimbo. Yeah,
Heidi.
The bimbo who went before Congress multiple times to talk about white supremacy and, all that crap. I think her picture right now is what I'm about to say will only point to the validity of what I'm about to say. You don't have it handy, do you?
I do. It's not a very flattering image of her.
Well, she's not exactly a flattering looking person. I should be careful what I say, I know, but actually that's perfect. Okay.
Yikes.
Let's talk about SPLC for a moment. Does this woman, who's obviously cross-eyed in that picture, does she look like she controls anything?
No. She's a useful idiot.
So if you're taking the money changer down, because it's essentially she is, do you think she's going to go down because, hey, she's going to fall on her sword and she's a righteous person?
She's going to sing like a canary.
She is going to sing like there's no tomorrow.
She's going to hit that tenor note, man. She's going to hit them high notes. This one.
Band mom's got that look on her face. That's actually a perfect picture.
That's why I love Pill to get the stickers. So SPLC, things are not looking good for the entire institution and everybody caught up.
So let's stretch that, because with SPLC, I said then that they're low-hanging fruit, and which is why I went into the LCCHR dragnet, if you will, that big massive organization, and showed what they do exactly. You got the litigious side, you've got the regulatory side, you got the advocacy side, but they all fall under an umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
So SPLC is that
tip of the iceberg
hook you throw out and get the minnow and wait for the minnow to be food for the shark, right?
It's going to be glorious. I can't wait.
I know.
But nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Of course.
And you can see it building though, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what's happening. I've been talking about this entire year, that we are building these massive, massive cases.
And, I got to tell you, I completely agree, because a lot of the bad actors that have been involved in things, and even in the past, like Javier Becerra or Baccaria. I learned some things about him today that he's been heavily heavily involved with so many other things dating back during Clinton's time in office that I had no idea about. And the fact that dude is being propped up as the next governor of California, I find
Go back another 5 years and look at why.
Why
I'm
what?
serious. But Sarah, why going into the Clinton years? But go back to just before Clinton. Bush won, right?
Okay.
Go back into that time, and you'll start to see why he's on the path he's on. You got to get that whole picture of him because he is not. He's easily manipulated.
Which goes back to a post where Q alluded to how many of them are able to climb the ladder because they have a lot of material, or there's a lot of blackmail essentially against them, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, like you said, you got some people that are being threatened.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you saw that with H.R. McMaster with his dad, right?
Oh, that's right. I nearly forgot about that one.
So you've got those instances, but for a lot of people, they can be bought.
Yeah.
And once you're bought, you can be blackmailed.
Yeah, a lot of times just blackmail doesn't work. You got to add some bribery or extortion and some
That's
threats.
what I'm saying. That's what I mean by they can be bought.
Yeah.
I can bribe you. I can, do something in your favor.
Yeah.
Once you've accepted that, remember when I gave you that $50 million? Yeah, you wouldn't want that to get out, would you?
Yeah.
Now it's blackmail.
Hey, I hear your marriage is doing great. I'd hate for these images to make it out there.
Yeah, these images that you don't know about that almost always turn out to be fake.
I used to be a big stickler on covering things like blackmail and how we can get blackmail out of government, elected office, and this there's so many other things that we got going on right now that I can't wait to get into and more with everybody. And we got more bullet point news to get into as well. But good to see everybody over there in Rumble World. What's up, Rumble? Moonshine Mitch, Jay's Bar and Grill, Utah 101, Marissa. Hey, we got Ann Boyer out there and Wanda. Good to see you, ladies and gents. Stan Man, Q New, Utah 101 again. Marissa, Shells Bells. Who else we got? Well, good to see everybody. And shout out to all the lurkers in Rumble World. And you guys are dropping some very, very generous love. You guys are crushing it over there in Pilled. Oh, before I get to the gold pills, you guys are very generously donating. Drew with a, what do we got here? A flash flood emergency for Elm. Okay, this is from Drew. Yeah, flash flood emergency for Elm Rock, Soft Shell, and Mousy, Kentucky. Seek higher ground.
Wait, read
now.
that last one.
Mousy.
Okay, so that is getting right up there with Intercourse, Pennsylvania. So why anybody would name their city Intercourse, Pennsylvania, I don't know. I would legally change it, but it's a.
Oh my gosh. I've heard some funny city and town names lately. I don't know what the hell's going on. And Drew says
they had a lot of let's say dry humor. When they were incorporating these towns.
And they must have been pissed off at him too. So Drew says this is a particularly dangerous situation, and yes. So if anybody out there listening right now, and anyone listening on X, guys, if you're in Kentucky in either one of these areas, Elm Rock, Soft Shell, these names, and Mousy, Kentucky, please, guys, seek higher ground. I don't know if Drew's just trolling me or not, but
Mousy.
Gosh, Soft Shell. That's a Mainer town right there. And then let's see, you guys are too kind. My goodness. Dixie was the first one out the gate with a phone call. As always, thank you. God bless, Dixie. Hope you're having a good evening. Sly Park with a pair of bangers. Stay based, stay blessed, stay in prayer, everybody. Thank you so much, Slide Park. Thank you for all your hard work. Guys, please show some love to our badass mods out there when you see them. There's so many. There's so many to name right now, but we have a rather large team here at America Rising Media. And shout out to Just Fed Up with a phone call as well. Remember, guys, nothing is happening.
Right.
God bless you, Just Fed
You know
Up.
what really feels good?
Vindication.
The things that are happening.
Yeah.
We already know about it because we did a deck
That's
on it,
right.
right?
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
doesn't that feel good to go, oh, there it is?
Yes, and that reminds me, too. Oh, can't wait to reveal something, everybody, that Bill Pulte has confirmed something that Feisty, got to tip your hat to that Feisty cat. She was over the target, and I'm about to prove it. It's not even going to be like a half-hearted. It's not even going to be like, maybe. No, this one is like stamp of approval right here. This next one, I can't wait to show you guys.
This one deserves a picture frame, doesn't it?
Yes. I can't wait. Thank you, Krista, with a cookie. Happy birthday. Oh, happy birthday to Mikey.
You don't like who I am now. Yeah.
Mikey Baseball, everybody, please. Everybody, please stand up.
For your silly thing, right?
I don't know what you're talking about. Please, everybody, stand up and wish the great Mikey Baseball a very, very happy birthday, please. And on behalf of everybody here at America Rising Media, Mikey, if he's out there listening, God bless you, brother, and happy birthday to you, homie, to many, many more.
I like this one better. This is nice.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday to Mikey Baseball. Oh, man. That is one badass Patriot. Shout out to Mikey Baseball if he's still out there listening. Oops. And we froze on the screen. There we are. Well, to many more, Mikey. God bless you. It's been an honor to call you a friend and a member of this America Rising fam. Shout out to, holy cow, you guys are awesome today. Happy birthday.
People are feeling good, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. And as well as Risto. Guys, in the Rumble chat, please let me know as soon as you see Risto in the chat. It is his birthday as well. Krista says, sang to him last night. And the Shells Bells? And Donna Bo Libby? What's going on? What, Shelly, it's your
All these
birthday too?
August babies.
Holy shit. My son's birthday's coming up in about
My daughter's too.
11
My
days.
youngest daughter.
Really? Oh, man,
Yeah.
that reminds me. My brother's birthday is in an hour and a half.
So you're going to
Oh,
be sending
man.
a text at midnight? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and money. Great. Oh, man.
Quick, get that note in there.
I almost forgot. Crazy how time flies. Yes, I am 50 plus. She says I'm 50 plus 9 today, Shelly says. Oh my gosh. Well, you know something, Shells Bells? I guess everybody's going to have to hang on for a minute because we got some birthday shout-outs to do right out the beginning of this show. Happy birthday to you, Shelly. This one's for you, love. This one's Feisty's favorite.
Shelly! It's your birthday, Shelly! Shelly! Rock and roll and celebrate! Celebrate, we will! Control and you cut the cake! The night is yours! Destiny awaits! Oh, wait with me! Share toast with your closest mates! It's your birthday today, Shelly. It's your birthday today, Shelly. Grab your goodie bags. Open your gifts. Blow out your candles. Shelly!
Poor Shelly. I feel bad for anybody who gets put on the spot like that. Oh, happy birthday to you, Shells, and happy birthday to Risto, as well as who else did she say? Donabo Libby and Risto. Yep. Awesome. Thank you, Krista. Thank you, BPSN. That is also Krista. Sean and Feisty, check this out. Oh, with a link and an article. Let me grab that. Thank you, Krista, for that one. Don't know what it is yet. Oh, I think, is this the Southern Poverty Law Center? No. Daily Caller exclusive CC. I don't know if that link is working.
What is it?
No, it says, whoops, we can't find that page.
She left
It's
off
in the
something.
BPSN clip. A gold pill donation.
Okay.
Scoop, a senior Chinese Communist Party intelligence official, is new owner of a historic building overlooking the White House complex. Oh, thank you, Krista. I'll show that one here in just a few. Thank you to Marissa with a cookie. God bless you, Feisty, Sean, and our entire ARM fam and chat fam. You all make a difference, and know that I am grateful. Guys, that is the lovely Marissa DNC, who I am very protective of and will stop at nothing to ensure that she never loses that spirit of hers, as well as all the other mods with America Rising. Thank you, Marissa. Thank you, Crystal Loves David with 107 gold pills, and General Buford with a cookie, Mama Sheckett with a can. And we got, oh my gosh, we got a Ballistic Mitchell sighting out there. Ho ho! What's up, brother? I think Mitch is, you still on vacay? I don't know. I think Mitch might still be in vacation down in Florida. Let us know, bro. And Dixie with a can says, Sean, Krista's show, Cup of Hope, is such a blessing. Oh, see? She is a precious, precious lady. Thank you, Krista and Java.
You're talking about Marissa, right?
No, Krista. Her show,
Krista.
Her show, Cup of Hope, which is
Krista is the sweetest person.
it's a lot like what you do at night with your.
She does it from the other side of the fence, but yes, it's a spiritual.
Prayers for the ARM fam. It's so I'll extend that to everybody in Rumble too. Here in America Rising on Thursdays. Krista, what time do you, I think, what time is Cup of Hope usually? I know she did one today with Java. That was about 7 hours ago. Make sure you check Thursdays at 4 p.m. Eastern. Check out Cup of Hope, guys. If you're out there, you're in Rumble World, and you got any kind of trauma, you got family issues, you got personal issues, you got anything, and you're not afraid to share it out. Guess what? We have a show that will do prayers for everybody, and they work, man. It just works. So. Thank you, Krista, for doing all your hard work. And look, it's paying off. All right. Good to see. Who else we got? Dana Shell. I see. Zippity Doodah. I love that name. Welcome in, everybody. I don't want to miss anybody here. Mitch with a ship says screaming my name, Sean. Good to see you, brother. And Krista with a cookie says, and all donations from Cup of Hope. Oh, look at this. All donations from Cup of Hope, Thursdays at 4 p.m. All donations go to a discretionary fund to be used to help anyone in the ARM fam who is in need of anything, guys. It might not be much, but can be given for unexpected expenses that may
Isn't that
arise.
the sweetest thing?
Oh my gosh, it's the most selfless thing, and this is why I love what we do.
I can't even. It's just the sweetest thing.
Yep. And I think people. I was always surprised when as soon as I started doing stuff like that, doing more selfless things rather than selfish things. I found life became easier for me.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
well, you feel better. That's
certainly.
Part of the challenge, right?
Yeah.
You feel better about yourself, about your outlook.
Yeah.
You feel better.
Yeah.
Even if you do argue with AI 12 hours in a row. I mean, we have our missteps, but
I think that's one of your guilty
no.
pleasures.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's true. but no, you just the more you do without, I guess,
Expecting anything in return,
right.
Yeah.
It feels good and you feel better.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. And our entire audience knows this too, because look how generous they're being tonight. Andy B2 with the holy ship bringing us to 10K right out the gate.
Good
Holy
Lord,
cow.
we haven't even been on a half hour.
We haven't even hit 11 p.m. and we're already at 10K. Guys, give yourselves a round of applause, man. God bless you all. Andy B2 coming in clutch too. Blessings to ARM, the mods, and fam. Here's to the 10K and more winning. Love all the eye-opening going on. Let's effing go. Shout out to Andy B2. God bless you, brother. And, not to be outdone, Mitch, the Ballistic Mitchell coming in hot with the phone call. Thanks, brother. Remember that you can't outgive God, says Andy B2. Ooh.
Very true.
Touche, brother. Mitchell with a
that
fleet. Oh, my gosh. Wow, Mitch.
How many fleets is that now?
It's multiple fleets. You guys are entirely too generous. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. H. Bart Andrews, thank you for hitting that thumbs up over there in Rumble. Pill, thank you, guys, for hitting that red pill. And shout out to everyone lurking over on X. Now the fun begins. Breaking, federal appeals court delivers a massive victory for Trump in an Alien Enemies Act case.
When that ends, yes.
Come on, you know you got something on this, right?
Yeah, well, I'm just laughing because we knew that was going to be true.
So, for anyone who's not familiar with the Alien Enemies, oh my gosh, Catherine B. with a fleet. Another feisty proof. Oh, wait. I gotta pull the bus over. Yes, you're right, Catherine. She says, let's go. Time to blow off that veil. Ooh. Let me pull that up.
Wait, let's finish the other one
okay, go
because
ahead.
the Enemy Aliens Act is a very old law.
Yep.
That they tried to take him to court over.
Yep.
For no other reason than to delay the deportations. That was the only purpose. Okay? But what's the underlying story here? Isn't this called malicious?
The lawfare?
Isn't this called frivolous lawsuit?
Yes.
Do you hear what's being built here? The one thing they took out of Obamacare back in 2009, they took out tort reform. You're building the absolute requirement for tort reform out of Congress. What happens with tort reform?
Which Florida actually has done a lot of
Texas
tort
did it
reform.
first. When they took it out of Obamacare,
Yep.
Texas implemented it. But tort reform, loser pays. This is how you get rid of people like Norm Eisen.
Oh, really? So you think Norm Eisen might be on the receiving end of a lot of this?
All of them are going to be. Mark Elias, all of them. They're going to be on the receiving end. When you're doing these frivolous, malicious indictments or petitions to the court, you're wasting the court's time. The court keeps telling us that they're overwhelmed with the number of cases. You're coming up to this inflection point where Congress has got to say, we got an idea. Let's put tort reform back on the table. Because that was in
What is tort reform for anyone who doesn't know what tort law is?
Tort law is literally, the simplified version of it is if you take a case to court and you lose, you pay all those court costs. Tortious claims require, because that's what these are, require that whoever loses pays the court costs. And it's designed to limit the amount of work that the courts have to take in. It is genius.
Yes.
So, like I said,
so for anyone who wants to conduct lawfare on somebody, on Donald Trump, and they're doing it just because of the process to harm Trump or anybody else through process, it could bankrupt them when they lose. But they need judges on their side in order to continue with their lawfare, right?
Yeah, so we're getting rid of what? We're getting rid of the weaponization.
The weaponization
right now.
Yes.
So you're seeing this actually, mark my words, that's coming. Like I said, the original Obamacare bill that went from the House to the Senate and sat in Harry Reid's lobbyist desk for almost a year.
Yeah.
That original bill had tort reform, and it was the first thing they pulled out after it got from the House to the Senate. So obviously the lobbyists don't want tort reform because this is their mainstay. And what did we learn about about what the lobbyists do? They go after an agency, sue it,
that's right,
work on getting a policy change through litigious means, and then what? Build the justice fund.
Yes.
And go back and do it again.
Right.
It's the whole thing is a racket. So now you've got something right on the table.
We got Shell's bells dropping a $5 Rumble rant. Thank you. God bless you, Shelly. And the birthday girl, the birthday lady said, who's given $5 on her own birthday, says, thank you. This world is a much better place because... I think she meant to say ARM.
I think she meant ARM.
ARM is in it. Well, that's the hope, at least, Shells. That is definitely the hope.
That's the goal.
And yeah, she's been. I remember when Shelly first became. I started seeing her in the chat, and she's been consistent, just like a lot of people. Every single night, you can expect them to be in the chat, no matter what. So, God bless you, Shell. Thank you for the support. And a lot of times, just your kind words is very helpful. And then also Crystal Loves David, thank you for the banger shade. Says, please let this be a early cup of hope donation. Oh wow,
how
Crystal,
sweet.
Yes, I will make sure to I will definitely contribute to during one of their shows. So
the
thank
Bard
you.
said it best.
Yeah.
First thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers.
Yep.
I can't say that out loud. It sounds anarchy.
Yeah. Good to see
vigilantism.
Yeah. Good to see Do59. What's up, friend? And good to see Skibo. Yes. Thank you for asking, Skibo. For anyone that I should have started the show off with it, but I had to miss yesterday, the skiff yesterday, because had a I don't want to say a brief not a false alarm, but I had to go see Maddox at the hospital yesterday, so it was a little nerve wrack. Yep. But it was kind of a close thing, but yeah.
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
Heavily.
Who else's? Thank you again, Skibo, for asking. Are you kidding? Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. Everybody. Hey, we got a dig a dollar holla. $20 rumble rent from Skibo 74. My gosh. Very humbled right now, guys. Thank you, Skibo. You guys are too generous tonight. Thank you so much. God bless. $20 rumble rent from Skibo. Very, very kind of you, Skibo. It is, guys, it is Dale Bercier's birthday as well today. We got a lot of birthday friends.
Good heavens, what the heck was going on? Let's go back. So we're talking Thanksgiving time frame.
I know,
Everybody
right?
was, parents were busy.
So, guys, Patriots fam, I know it's one of those days. You know what? Hey, but
ringing in the winter. Is that?
I guess
Must have been a hell of a snowstorm that year.
And I've been hit with. Listen, there's been all sorts of crazy weather going on today. I got hit with a crazy storm in the middle of the day today. My folks down in Portland got hit. It looked like a snowstorm. It was so much hail. It was a weird supercell, they call it. Mm-hmm. My goodness. But
did your car get ruined?
Nope, not mine. I don't know if my parents did. I'll have to find out. But everybody, please stand up. Let's wish the great Dale Bercier over there in the pill chat and Rumble. Dale will see your happy birthday wishes in the Rumble chat, please. And on behalf of everybody here at America Rising Media, Dale Bercier, God bless you and happy freaking birthday, my friend, to many, many more.
It's your birthday today. It's your birthday today. Rock and roll and celebrate. We lose control and you cut the cake.
All those happy birthday wishes coming in hot, Dale. Your closest mates.
It's your
Dale. This is Feisty's favorite birthday song.
And you play it because of it. I like the other one.
Open your gifts.
Open your gifts. Blow out your candles.
Happy birthday, brother. All right. I wonder. Oh, no, stop right there. All right, here we go. Now, I'll say this. We have something came to fruition today. Something came to fruition today, everybody. And I turned off share screen too early from you because I think it works better if I show you. Well, everybody, so I posted 6 days ago because Feisty's got me on this kick. Ever since we talked about this concept of Islamic mortgages, or also known as halal mortgages, which are, quote, Sharia compliant, I wanted to know more. So I started digging, and I learned it's not just America. We don't just have them here in America. They're everywhere, guys. Pretty much every country that you're seeing this flux of migrants pouring through their borders. They have.
This is what they're doing.
Yes. So I 6 days ago, I posted this. Well, no wonder why they've been able to purchase homes and start businesses so easily. These Islamic mortgages are like a rent-to-own situation, and banks don't charge any interest. How much interest?
Built in.
Right.
Zero.
0% interest. How many of you guys, raise your hand, drop a 17.
No, but there's more to that. There's more to that. Because the payment they make incorporates all of that. So if you're going to buy, let's just say you're buying a house for $100,000, that mortgage could easily be $500,000, and they'll claim it's interest. But that delta is what's being sent overseas for terrorism.
What?
When you get a mortgage product, you're going to pay interest, but it's amortized, right? And you could actually see your interest payments versus your principal payment.
Yep.
In these products, all of that is wrapped in, supposedly. You get one fee, and there's no amortization schedule with it. That's where the zero interest comes from. So I'm going to give you a mortgage for a $100,000 home, but because it's a halal product,
Yep.
I'm going to say to you, all of the expenses and fees I'm going to wrap into this mortgage product. I will then get you to sign on the bottom line for that mortgage product, but when I register it with your county, that mortgage product just became a $2 million house. You see what they're doing?
No.
You're paying a fee for a $100,000 home. They're registering a $2 million home. There's no mortgage interest. There's no other contract against that home.
But how does that benefit them?
Because the difference between the $100,000 that you're paying and the $2 million it's a laundering vehicle. That money is what they're collecting, that difference.
So what I want to know is, raise your hand, guys. Drop a 17 in the chat if you would like to have an interest-free loan, matter of fact, and even be able to purchase a home or rent to own, eventually own that home. Do you think, does any one of you afforded anything like that? Anybody? And in a country where... See, I don't know how they thought this wasn't going to eventually bite them in the ass, because in a country where one of the biggest problems
let me
in our
answer
country
Filter
is
Dog's question.
quote, affordability, if that's one of the issues, then...
Let me answer Filter Dog's question. No, it doesn't impact property taxes because it's happening at the title company level. So the lien on the house is $100,000. The product is $2 million, but it's happening at the title company level. So that there's no record. This is why Pulte needs to look into that.
Yeah. The way it goes too, guys, is when they find a piece of real estate that they want to purchase, they'll go to the bank and say, we want this real estate or this property. And then what the bank does is the bank goes in there, they buy it. The bank buys it. And then the person holding the mortgage pays the bank a monthly fee, a rent, or a lease. It would be a lease, essentially.
Or whoever holds that note.
A lease to own. They would eventually own it once it's paid off with no interest rate. This is crazy. So I posted this the other day. Can anything be done about this at Pulte? Or is it a Congress thing? I didn't get really anything. Shout out to Shelly MN says, you and Feisty enlightened me to this. Absolutely maddening. Well, guys, well.
Today,
Natalie Winters posted, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac both accommodate Sharia law compliant home financing. It is now being discussed on a more wide base, guys. Thank the Lord.
So you remember why Fannie and Freddie both do that, right? Remember the guy that came in, they eventually fired him, but the product stayed? I showed you the history.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes. Yep.
This was where Planet went up and I came down and we had a 2-slide sequence that we brought into the show. Remember?
Yes, I remember this. Yeah. It even has a specific loan code for it in Fannie Mae. This is incredible.
It's an 868 loan.
But he posted this today in response to Natalie Winter's post. He says, we are looking into this right now. And so I'm wondering, is this because of my post the other day? Because
I don't know.
Well, shout out to AO because he also shared it out there too, and it got some boost. It got boosted after that, so I'm big happy about that.
I'm just pleased that I was able to, with Planet and I both, with the two perspectives, we're able to enlighten the Arm family with it because now it's not something that's off of left field. I mean, you understand the product.
That's right. Thank the Lord. So
you'd never heard of it before we brought that through.
Never heard of it. I wouldn't even know to look for it either, you know. So I am stoked about this, and thankfully it's getting the attention it deserves. And I even have a clip. Oh, I have a clip of this very topic being discussed as well. I'll pull up here in just a little bit.
Why is it suddenly all coming out?
It's great to see you, Grant. Happy almost
I
Friday.
hate it when clips just automatically start like that. I don't know why it's just all of a sudden coming out, but
because
I'm glad that it
typically
is.
when they start talking about it, it's because something's about to. They're peppering your mind so that when it comes out, you go, "Oh, I remember that being talked about."
Yep.
I guess we were too early again.
There's no such thing. Got some update on Round River with Solomon.
Hey, you also know about that one.
Yep. Got something here from Maria Bartiromo. Okay, let's see what else we got going on. Dearborn police chief begs residents to, quote, please stay home ahead of August 18th council meeting as very fed up Americans plan to confront Islamic stronghold. Things are getting very tense in places like Dearborn, Michigan.
It sounds like we may need a contingent of uniforms to head out there for that.
I hope things stay civil.
You know, you're talking Michigan. I don't know that the governor is going to declare a state of emergency.
I don't. Well, it'd be more likely for her to declare that state of emergency if it was Americans in an uproar rather than if it was the alternative, I suspect. Breaking more sensitive, quote, sensitive information about President Trump's plane swap in Turkey leaks to CBS News. So, shout out to Pinata. Both Pinata and I covered this during Trend Analysis yesterday morning. Oh my gosh. Feisty. One thing I love about doing that show with Pinata is it gives me a chance to kind of get a glimpse of what leftist mainstream media is talking about, their talking points.
Yeah, I got to give my hats off to both of you.
They are hyper fixated on this story.
Really?
Oh my gosh. They can't stop talking about it. It is probably their number one story that they're talking about right now. The plane swap, which happened back in July 10th. Whoop-de-friggin' do. They're making it about themselves. That's
because Kendall just got in trouble, right?
Who?
Kendall, the guy who leaked the story to the New York Times, just got arrested. For leaking. And we were talking about it in the chat room. It's like, guys, this ain't about that. And I had an argument with somebody on X about it. It's like, wait a minute. They took his special access away, meaning, remember, Kendall used to be the Secretary of the Air Force. 2025, he steps down. You retain your clearance if you've got the need to know, and you retain your special access privileges. For them to have stripped his special access means they have a documented breach, and it's more than an article. There's something else going on.
Okay.
And he was just indicted just the other day.
This is the first time I've heard this guy's name. Kendall. Was he
He's
in the
the guy
administration or is he press?
No, he's a retired lieutenant colonel who he retired after when Trump came back in. He stepped down as Secretary of the Air Force.
Oh, so how the
So
hell did he have any information? How do you have access
He
to it?
supposedly, and that's just it. He supposedly,
Oh, he has a clearance.
well, that too. But when the issue happened with the plane, New York Times called him up and said, as former Secretary of the Air Force, what can you tell us? And he started talking about delays and such like that with retrofitting a plane like that. Not from absolute information that he knew, but this is the way the process works kind of thing. It was treated as a leak because of his previous position.
And he's been arrested?
Yes, he's indicted.
Holy shit.
He got indicted.
Wow. All right.
And so now they're coming into, and I'm telling you, when they say that they're taking his special access privileges away, it's like, this is bigger. There's something they've got on him. And somewhere in the hollow halls of government, this guy is tagged as an SOB that needs to go down.
Oh, man. All right.
I'm just pointing out this story isn't done.
All right.
But the media is fixated on the plane story when in fact it's a bigger story.
It's about leaking too. So
it's not just leaking. There's something else.
So
like an espionage kind of threat.
So this arrest and indictment's a shot across the bow.
Yeah.
Fuck around, you're gonna find out.
Yeah, I got into an argument with somebody. What was it? Saturday, maybe Sunday. I don't remember when he was first indicted. All I did was repeat the post and remind everybody that he was Secretary of the Air Force and the dates he was.
Yeah. And the bots came for you.
And I said, this is a hell of a way of ending an otherwise storied career.
Mm-hmm.
And some guy came back and said, you're full of shit, right? It's like, what? And then I was useless. Kept talking. All they did was take his clearance away.
I love when
he doesn't
people
have a
do
need
that.
to know. And it's like they took his access away. Bigger deal.
I love when people do that. That's full
Well,
disclosure. I love it.
I very carefully not only put him in his place, but he kind of slinked away.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
I look for a fight on X.
Well, he was treating me like I'm this like blonde bimbo that
he's probably
has
a
no
bot.
clue. I don't know if he is or not. I don't care.
Unless it's got a check mark after its name, or if it's got a series of numbers after its name.
I get the impression. My feeling is he's probably a sock account because he's been on the Twitter for 10 years. He's got like 1,400 followers in 10 years. So I think he's a sock account. Who knows? It could have been Kendall himself I was talking to. I don't know.
Yikes. Well, oh wow, you guys are too much. ARM is the bestest family on the net worldwide, in my honest opinion, says Crystal loves David with a cookie. Thank you, Crystal. We got what's going on in the house with a cookie. Cup of Hope funds for Maddox. He must have found the Shaunathong stash.
Shaunathongs.
Poor thing. What's going on? The Ballistic Mitchell with a pair of banger shades and a holy ship. Oh, and another pair of banger shades. Damn, bro. God bless. Charlie, 3 or 5 with his customary 3 cookies. Mitchell DM with a can. Crystal with a cookie. The Senate just passed the 21st Century Housing Bill. Trump didn't sign it, but it became law.
Because he didn't sign it in 10 days, it's automatically law. It's a pocket. It's like a pocket veto kind of thing. If he doesn't sign it within 10 days, it becomes law.
I thought the Senate is on break.
This happened actually last week.
Oh, okay. Oh, so do you think he deliberately didn't sign it?
Yeah. It was actually something he wanted to pass. He was not. It was a popular bill.
Well, look at that.
It was a heavily bipartisan bill.
What is this thing?
The housing bill?
Yeah.
I haven't looked into the actual content of the housing bill, but I do know that it wasn't one that he was opposed to, but it became part of that argument over the FISA renewal, the confirmations, all of that, and he refused to sign it. That was over 10 days ago, and it sat there for 10 days, which makes it automatic law.
Oh, okay. Well, it's good to know. I never knew that before. Trump DHS announces a huge change. So Trump's Department of Homeland Security, not to be confused with Health and Human Services, but Trump's Department of Homeland Security announces a huge change to student visa program that will stop the practice of endless college.
Right.
That's good.
Yeah.
New York Governor.
Well, do you know how that works? Do you know how they're doing that?
How they're exploiting it?
They're coming in on a visa. Many of them actually are exchange student style visa programs. They come in on a visa. They get their bachelor's degree. Then they apply immediately, and they're getting many of them are getting scholarships. So they're getting a basic free ride. But then they defer whatever is owed, apply for the next degree, apply for the next degree.
Holy shit.
They'll collect as many as 3 or 4 bachelors, 2 or 3 masters, may get a PhD, but their intent is never to leave, but not be a citizen, but stay here legally.
And get a free education.
Largely. There's a lot of them are getting a free education. Because, think about it. If most of them aren't even paying them back anyway because
they don't have to. Yeah.
You get the automatic deferral as long as you're in school.
And the schools are getting enough money.
When it gets built up to a certain level, you just say, okay, I'm done. I'm going to go home. There's no way of collecting any loan that would be due if there was.
That's sickening. Also, New York Governor Kathy Hochuli has bragged about spending millions of tax dollars on legal bills for illegal migrant children. Also, let's see. Judge dismisses Nevada Trump 2020 alternate electors case after years of lawfare.
Read that again.
Trump dismisses Nevada Trump 2020 alternate electors case after years of lawfare.
I gotta look into that. I don't know.
Clark County Judge Mary Cathy Holthus on Thursday once again dismissed the Nevada 2020 alternate electors case after years of lawfare. Nevada's Democrat Attorney General Aaron Ford is expected to appeal. So Republican electors in Nevada cast ballots for Donald Trump in 2020. Nevada cast procedural votes for president and vice president to preserve the Trump campaign's legal challenges. The Trump campaign asked Trump electors to cast their votes as litigation makes its way through the system, as we saw in the 1960 election with Nixon versus Kennedy.
Right.
So, 2024, Judge Mary Kay Holthus, same judge, dismissed the case against the 6 Nevada GOP electors. So, it's been dismissed again. Yeah, it's been dismissed again. This is good news.
Okay, that's good news. But, well, there was no case, and I'm kind of surprised it's taken 6 years to do the obvious because there's no case.
Yep.
I mean, if we're going to go after the alternate electors for 2020 itself, why didn't we go after the alternate electors that the Democrats did in 2016?
Right.
Pretty much every election since 2008 has had alternate electors.
Right.
So that was always a lawfare to keep a narrative going.
That's right. Yep. Lawfare.
That benefited
that tort reform.
Who? That benefited who?
Yeah, the left.
Jack Smith.
Jack Smith. Yep.
Remember?
5 current and former. This one's a big one, guys. 5 current and former Texas City officials, including the mayor, have been arrested for fraud. Arrested.
Houston?
5 current and former Texas City officials, including
Houston?
the mayor, 5 current
Just
and
says
former
Texas. Texas is a state.
Refugio. Refugio.
But what cities?
I'm telling you, Refugio, Texas.
That's the city? I don't know.
City
Okay.
officials were arrested on Wednesday for fraud after they allegedly mishandled hundreds of thousands of dollars that spanned 19 transactions. Refugio, I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. Mayor Wanda Dukes was charged with misapplication of fiduciary property, a first-degree felony for misusing. Boy, this fraud, man.
Okay, wait a minute. Who's bringing the charge? Is that a federal charge?
Doesn't sound like it.
Or is that a state charge?
It's got to be state. I'm assuming.
Not necessarily if it's misappropriation of federal funds.
See, city secretary charged, current city council. That is a fucked up name.
Refugios in South Texas pronounce Refugio. Where the hell is the R in that filter, dog? Please. You guys can't pronounce. I mean, that's phonetically spelled. It doesn't even have an R.
How do you? I don't even know how to pronounce that name. Ixtlazihuatl. Holy shit! Your parents hated you. Wow, that is the worst name I've ever heard of.
It sounds like LGBTQRSTUVWXYZ, right?
Last name is Vasquez. I never seen a name like
Vasquez.
that. Oh my F11. I've never. How do you pronounce that?
You don't.
It's stupid.
You move on.
It's so stupid. I'm not seeing indictments accuse both officials of misusing funds. Development corporation between, who is it? The indictments list 19 transactions totaling more than $1 million. The state says were misapplied. Looks like so it's a state. Well,
it's a state charge.
They don't look like your average individual that should be.
Okay, can you do me a favor? Can you send me that link? I want to look in. I'm curious as all get out.
Yes.
Because if they're getting them for misuse of public funds, and we got all these fraud investigations going on at the federal level, there's got to be something to this.
Yeah. Libs of TikTok posted about it too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me.
So Midnight Rider says it's a Mexican Indian name.
Yeah. No shit. All right. It's in the chats. Anyways. Also, UK emergency services working on the site. There was a train derailment in Essex. Major incident declared. 11 people injured. You don't hear about that too often.
Not anymore.
Far left Senate nominee Abdul Al-Saeed did a Blues Clues dance video that's gone viral and is completely AIDS to watch. Based elderly woman in Tucson pulls a gun and chases shoplifter out of Ross. Police warn bystanders risk assault charges for stopping crime. She didn't use the weapon. She
stopped a crime.
She stopped a crime and
they're going to get her for assault.
Mm-hmm. This is why you need to get Katie Hobbs out of there, guys. East Toxie Waddle. No. Mercy, I'm just not even. East Toxie Waddle. Holy shit. What else we got? John Brennan panics.
So
claims.
Wait a minute. Is it an Aztec name?
Sure. John Brennan panics, claims Trump will pull out all the stops, quote unquote, to interfere in midterm elections. John Brennan. Sounds like he's a little worried, maybe? Why would they be coming out saying that?
He's been very talkative lately.
He kind of has been, yeah.
I think he should keep talking.
I do too. If I was his lawyer, I'd say, dude, shut up.
Because he just can't help himself.
Following a damning report, Vice President Vance announces criminal referrals of healthcare providers subjecting children to horrific experimental treatment in service of radical gender ideologies.
Okay, so now I want to step into another topic that's adjacent to this.
Okay.
We just had, again, a revision of the childhood vax schedule. And again, the Academy of Pediatrics says, no, we don't agree with you. We still recommend, heavily recommend. And we've got states following the Academy of Pediatrics. Doesn't the case you just mentioned kind of put this in that same bucket?
Yes. Yep.
Because isn't that harmful? So I hopefully that means that vax injury stuff, more of it, is about to come out, made its way through litigation. I don't know what, but they're rushing the Moderna mRNA right now. Moderna's already said...
You mean for the flu shot?
Yes, but they've already said they're going to combine it with the COVID shot. They've already said that. But they're rushing the flu shot for this season, and they will be combining it with COVID in the near future. They've already said that. And so you got that with the childhood vax schedule where it's not recommended. I realize that was for Hep B, that was for COVID and for Lyme, but the whole thing pulled together is saying we got a problem with the vax process. And Moderna, who's completely captured HHS, hello Fauci, right? They've captured CDC, FDA, HHS. They've pushed through. Remember, Marthe was just pushed out of his position, and 2 weeks later, they go ahead and approve this.
Right.
So I'm just saying, something feels brewing.
Yep. More and more. So you had that thing the other day with Trump, and now this, and then Fauci, et cetera.
So Tulsi, remember what she did? She's showing you gain of function was being done overseas.
Right.
Yep. And how that funding was happening.
God willing, this is
a top Southern poverty law.
Start of something bigger.
I hope we're at the, kind of opening the door to look into that closet, if you will.
Right. Agreed. Yeah, and I got J.D. Vance. We'll start off with some J.D. Vance. Let's see, it says here, Vice President J.D. Vance details the Trump administration's fraud crackdown, including alleged schemes involving gender transition procedures and fraudulent marriages. This is another one involving Chinese nationals. That'll be on the Will Cain show, where Will Cain interviewed J.D. Vance. And he also talked about you can't stop socialism by improving. No, you stop socialism, by improving people's lives, not using slogans. I've been saying this over and over and over again. Yes.
Right.
The best way to combat not even communism, socialism, is
to make your life so good you don't want it or need it.
And is that going to happen before the midterms?
I'm going to say it again. I've been saying this. You can't improve people's lives as long as there's shenanigans going on in the system that are preventing.
Right.
Welcome back. There's
getting the situation getting better.
Right. And let's see what else we got. Got so much. And if there's enough time, I'm hoping there is. I got a clip with a guy called the Max Afterburner or Afterburner Max or something like that. He joined oh boy, what's his name? Will
Cain?
Not Will Cain.
Is this the one you were showing me last night?
Max Afterburner. Yeah. He joined now Winston Marshall. Boy, was this an excellent interview.
Fighter pilot reveals the next generation of war. Max Afterburner.
Yes. And it gets into a lot more than just that. He says in this episode, He sits down with a former fighter pilot turned YouTuber, Max Afterburner. Great YouTube channel. This guy is impressive. I've been watching him closely for the last few months, trying to get my feels for him. And after hearing this one here with Winston Marshall, I am sold. And he says, for a fascinating conversation on the Iran war, AI, drones, and the future of modern warfare. We discuss Iran's military capabilities. That's important. America's depleted missile stockpiles, the possibility of a ground invasion, which not going to happen. The Strait of Hormuz, Elon Musk's prediction that fighter pilots will become obsolete, and how AI is transforming the battlefield. Feisty, this checks off every box for you. I know it doesn't really sound like it with those.
No,
that
I'm
description.
listening to what you're saying. I'm going, wow, I probably have a deck for that.
It really checks off every single one of the boxes, and I am impressed with Winston Marshall.
And I didn't know this guy existed until you put him in front of me.
Yeah, I would encourage people, if guys.
Well, I think we should play it because you wanted me to give you an honest opinion.
Yeah, and there's no better.
Otherwise occupied. So.
And I want to do it in real time too. So yes, definitely going to get into that before anything. And it's, I think, an hour long. So
we got plenty of time.
If I started at 1, I think we'll be good.
Okay.
And it'll be kind of relaxing too. But why Karg Island matters, how dangerous is Iran's Air Force, the difference between the IRGC and the Iranian army.
Oh, wait a minute.
Checked every fucking box, man.
Yep.
Part of me is like, I wish I could have like injected you into this conversation that they were having and be like, hey, we've got some other questions that would like to interject here. It was great. So Mossad, cyber warfare, how Iran is using AI.
Yeah, they are. They are using it. Or do we have to go back to the
this? And he was
cardboard.
He was brilliant,
Khomeini.
And I loved how, because I'm always like, the biggest indicators for me are when they, and he makes sure to express his opinions, and it is my opinion. He'll preface with that, he's very, how do I want to say, genuine, which I like, of course. That and so much more.
Maybe you should ask him if he'll do an interview.
Yeah, I bet you he would. I'm working on Stephen Kuhn right now.
You need to work on 2.
And then lastly here, Director Kash Patel releases declassified intelligence proving the FBI actively buried damning informant testimony about Biden family corruption, rebranding real evidence as foreign disinformation to manipulate the 2020 election, which I'm imagining if I'm out in the audience, I'm hearing that. I'm like, okay, yeah, more of the same, right? Rehashing 2020 election.
Okay, I got a question for you, because that's not the first time Biden's come up in the last few days. Where are we going with this? Do you remember the Shapley testimony in 2023?
Vaguely.
Remember, he's the IRS guy that was working on the...
Yes. Okay, yep.
Okay. The
Yep.
Biden Foundation investigation, remember?
Yep.
Remember what he said that case was about? A $6 billion transnational trafficking operation?
Human trafficking.
Human trafficking operation.
Oh, yes. I remember now. Okay.
Yeah, it's minor numbers. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, 6 billion isn't 6 cents anymore. But what I'm getting at is something is brewing here, because we got that testimony in 2023 and we've heard nothing.
Nothing.
And then we went after they've been bringing it up again, the Biden laptop. Biden just did an interview with Tucker saying there's no such thing as a laptop. Okay. And I've been asked about this in my chat just recently. And I'm just saying, okay, so he's doing that. You got this coming out. We know there was a $6 billion investigation into the Biden Foundation because Shapley told you that.
Mm-hmm. I think Tucker's
Hunter
implicated.
Biden's case was kept with the larger case because of the, quote, international nexus, according to Shapley. But yet he wasn't charged for any of those crimes. He was charged for 3 gun charges and about $1.5 million in back taxes.
I think he's implicated, Tucker.
Whether he's implicated or not, we didn't charge him with any of that. And then guess where Biden, and I said this in my chat the other day. What is the span of Hunter Biden's pardon? Do you know? Do you remember? You're going to remember and you're going to go, oh shit. 2014. Why does 2014 keep coming up? Bill Gates clearance, gain of function moratorium, right?
Oh,
The Ukraine civil war,
yeah.
the whole Burisma story.
Yeah.
And now you've the Hunter Biden pardon, all of it. What the hell is going on with 2014? Just gonna point that out.
Good question. Wow. Okay.
You didn't think of that, did you?
I didn't even think of that. Nope. All right. So I'm not gonna delay this any longer, and I'm just gonna get right into it. So I suppose why not start off with this JD Vance interview that he had with Will Kane, which by all accounts was a great interview, and then got some other things that we'll get right into after that, everybody. But before we carry on, I think we got a couple thank yous. Do you want to get those thank yous? I stopped at...
We got a lot more than a couple thank yous. Are you kidding?
There's stopped right at,
What did you stop at?
Mitchell's can.
Well, Mitchell's always given a can.
Yes, he is. This is the last can he gave.
Okay, so he gifted a can, and there were 5 thank yous for that can. I didn't even catch it. Crystal loves David. The Senate just passed the 21st century housing bill. Trump didn't sign it.
Okay, I
but
guess
it
we got
became
that
law.
one.
We went through that.
Yep.
It's me, Jen Hall, gifted a can. God, you guys are being so generous.
Thank you, Jen.
And then she gifted a cookie.
Cookie.
Then Braves Piano gifted a 1-month bronze tier subscription. I think we need to turn that into a Braves Piano subscription to her channel.
Yes.
Mr. JT just claimed a 1-month bronze tier subscription by
Let's
Braves
go.
Piano. And then Braves Piano gifted another 1-month bronze tier subscription. That was claimed by Donna Bo.
Donna Bo Libby. All right. Thank you, Krista, and congrats to Mr. JT and Donna Bo Libby. It is I think it's Donna Bo Libby's birthday today. Happy birthday,
We did
Donna.
Donna Bo Libby's birthday. We didn't do hers.
No, I don't think so. I think hers was, let us know if it was yesterday or today. Either way, happy birthday to you.
You're just being segregating.
All right,
It's your white privilege.
It's, yeah, my white privilege. Yeah, right. All right, here we go with some JD Vance on with Will Kane. Guys, enjoy.
Show for you today. I sat down for an exclusive interview with Vice President JD Vance. Our first order of business, the brand new HHS report entitled Wolves in White Coats. It examines allegations that doctors and hospitals pushed and potentially profited from, quote, gender medicine for children. The report identified more than $60 million in insurance claims for those treatments. It included puberty blockers for kids as young as 13. This was all billed between 2015 and 2025. The report also details potentially criminal practices inside pediatric gender programs, including allegations that some providers used misleading diagnostic and billing codes to get insurers to cover the treatments. And look at the money involved. The report says the average healthcare cost for a minor is roughly $3,000. But for minors receiving transgender treatments, that number climbs to $75,000. If that minor elects transition surgery, it climbs to $170,000. So the question isn't just what happened, but whether or not anyone broke the law. And now, Vice President Vance is referring the report to the Department of Justice, calling for criminal prosecution of anyone who intentionally misled children in order to get them transgender treatment.
Texas Children's Hospital on the hot seat.
I spoke with Vice President Vance today about this and the larger issue of fraud. Here's our conversation. Mr. Vice President, it's good to see you. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me, Will. Good to see you.
So, Mr. Vice President, what I'm trying to figure out, and you can tell us with the release of Wolves in White Coats, is how much of this movement was driven by mass psychosis or ideology, and how much now was driven by premeditated financial windfalls, was a scam.
Yeah, well, I think unfortunately it's a bit of both. I definitely think that what happened at the level of parents and some of these young kids, and certainly the doctors, was a kind of mass psychosis, this idea that somehow because a 12-year-old felt like they were born in the wrong body, you were going to engage in long-term, very expensive, but very dangerous and underappreciated medical procedures. I mean, permanently altering these young kids' bodies in a way that was totally irreversible. But I think, unfortunately, that was being fed into by an insurance industry, by some physicians, and by others who are getting rich from these procedures. If you just look at things like endocrine disruptors, these hormone therapies that we're giving to kids, again, a lot of them completely irreversible, causing long-term damage to these kids. We know that some of the pharmaceutical companies were getting rich by encouraging doctors to prescribe these therapies off-label. And one of the things that we've worked on with Bobby Kennedy, obviously that was just announced, I know that you're covering it and I appreciate it, is that sometimes the doctors and the insurers were mislabeling these treatments in order to get financial reward, even though they weren't being honest about what they were doing. Because of course, if they were being honest, if they were going to the insurers and saying, well, we're actually butchering these kids, then that might have raised some alarm bells in the medical system. Instead, they said that they were treating for endocrine disorders or for certain pubescent disorders. And that was allowing them to list medical codes in the billing that allowed them to make money off of these kids suffering while simultaneously avoiding any real scrutiny. And we really see this, Will, as part of our broader effort to fight fraud. There's just so much fraud in our country. But unfortunately, one of the biggest purveyors of fraud was this small number of doctors, people who were getting wealthy by actually doing these procedures on kids, lying about the medical implications of it, and collecting rewards for it. Obviously not most doctors. I think most physicians obviously are good people who want to do right by their patients. But we do know, unfortunately, Will, some of these doctors were getting a lot of money by performing irreversible and untested therapies on kids.
So just to follow up, an endocrine disorder is largely a diagnosis for somebody with hyperthyroidism or thyroid disease or diabetes. And you're telling me that they were coding many of these gender affirmation procedures as endocrine disorders. And do you think in your mind then, and we have the stats on how much then that meant for the gender clinic and for the insurance company on what they could get out of a patient versus a regular child, something like $3,000 versus $170,000. So that billing, that coding, Mr. Vice President, do you think that's evidence then that what we're looking at here is not simply ideology, but an actual scam?
That's exactly right. That's precisely what we think. And that's why Bobby Kennedy and his team have done so much work to uncover just how much this mislabeled billing was feeding this gender transition madness. I mean, if you think about this, Will, you take a highly controversial, experimental, untested medical procedure like gender transition for a minor. A lot of insurers, a lot of physicians, they're not going to support that stuff. They're not going to fund that stuff. And that means there isn't any money in it. But if you fraudulently label it as something else, as treating an endocrine disorder, then you can get a lot of money even though you're doing something very experimental and very untested. And again, this is why I say it really was two things happening simultaneously. I mean, you know, we know that there were 12-year-old girls, especially because it was more common among girls than boys. It happened with both, but it was more common with girls than boys. They'd get on social media. They take feelings that were kind of normal for any adolescent, a certain discomfort with your body, with the changes that happen during adolescence, but then they would be lied to by some in the medical community, told that if you let us do these procedures that are going to make some of the doctors a lot of money, then somehow that's going to fix what you're feeling. When in reality, what these kids needed is what a lot of adolescents have needed through the generations, which is somebody to listen to them, somebody to talk with them, somebody to try to understand them, not somebody to try to get rich by doing medical sanctioned butchery, which is exactly what this is. The financial part of this will, I really do believe it fed the ideology, they fed off of each other, and unfortunately it was a lot of kids who suffered because of it. We're putting a stop to it though, Will, and that's the good news.
Well, grotesque. This isn't the only fraud that you have been focused on. We know in the past, and we've talked to you about the fraud in Medicaid with Somali migrants in Minnesota and across the country, Ohio, California. There's also this story. There's a marriage fraud scheme that the DOJ has now looked into and is making busts on, and that is over 1,000 sham Chinese marriages. So with all of these, Mr. Vice President, gender care, Somali fraud, Chinese marriage fraud, you have been knee-deep. I'm curious, what's the most brazen fraud scam you've seen so far?
Oh, Will, that's the toughest question I've ever been asked, because so many of these things are so brazen. I mean, look, I really do think that it's hard to top the Medicaid fraud that we saw in the Minneapolis area, where you had primarily Somali immigrants who came to the country, some of whom who didn't even have children, but were billing Medicaid for services provided to autistic children. I mean, it's one thing to engage in fraud. It's one thing to lie about a disorder that your child has when they actually don't have that disorder. But it's something truly extraordinary to actually collect services for children that you don't actually have. So that's got to be at the top of my list. But, Will, I got to say, man, while it is hard sometimes to put a stop to the fraud, it's hard to prevent the money from going out the door. And, of course, once it's gone out the door, it's very hard to get the money back. Finding fraud, there's just so much of it. I mean, you asked about this Chinese marriage scheme. There were thousands of people who were actually getting paid money to, like, marry somebody that they had never met before so that that person could get access to American citizenship and all the benefits that come from it. There's all the Medicaid fraud. There's the food stamps fraud. There's the Small Business Administration fraud. There's this gender transition fraud. The unfortunate reality, Will, is that fraud in Washington, D.C. was as common as bad weather, and bad weather is very common in Washington. So we got a problem here. We're fixing that problem, but it's going to take us a long time to root out all this fraud, because there was so much allowed to fester during the Biden administration and really beyond that.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Wow, you know,
So before you move on,
I gotta say, Kathy, it's almost like he's like, you really can't say nothing's happening. They are tackling the very issues that we've been all complaining about.
Did you see the other thing that came out about Ilhan Omar?
Yes.
That it's in an ongoing review?
And he said indisputably that she definitely, like, he stated it as fact that she definitely committed fraud, but they're going through the legal channels on how to approach it in the courts.
Well, and I think there's, because I think it's compounded, right? Because she's a sitting member of Congress, which is a shield.
It shouldn't be.
But it is.
Which would make her above the law.
Not unless they've got to dig deep on this one, I think. They're going to have to build more than she married.
I think you need the court of public opinion on your side, too, which is, again, why I would get out there and
the court of public opinion is on our side.
Yeah. Yeah.
People want it at least looked into. But what I'm getting at is this has got to go deeper than visa fraud. They're going to have to show payment in kind, right? Something that she benefited from as a sitting member of Congress.
Oh yeah,
they're going to have to build on that crime.
And how? Yeah, she must have been. Yeah, you're right. She must have been guaranteed some level,
some kind of
position in government, maybe.
Well, then it be. I mean, I think an abuse of power charge isn't far from the realm.
Yeah,
because of the things she's done.
So bribery must have been in there because think of all the $30 million plus that which her husband closed that company
I'm
down.
curious. I'll tell you my thing because of her position in Congress. Wonder how much extortion or even espionage is included in those reviews, because
The Feeding Our Futures case alone should disqualify
should be
her.
part of that, yes, but I think it might get bigger because she's openly stated she did not support America. She supported Somalia. Remember, she openly stated she's a foreign agent.
Yeah, the South Portland, Maine governor, DeLocke something. I mean, the full garb. She's the mayor of South Portland, the very city that borders my hometown. And she wasn't.
Oh, Utah 101. Yeah, that was started yesterday. They set a special grand jury yesterday, which is actually a crafty thing to do.
Didn't D.C. start a private grand? Well, all grand juries are private, right?
No. They started a special grand jury. There's a difference. It's not a regular grand jury.
For what?
Because the special grand jury sees all the evidence. They can take a lot longer. It's very directed at whatever that case is, and they produce a report when it's over. So that's where the public gets to see that report when it's done. Remember what's been happening in D.C. Jeanine Pirro has had a string of non-indictments, right? They're what they call no bills. They're not indicting. So we've got, even though there's some questionable, like they're claiming that the vandalism of the reflecting pool was already breached because it was a bad installment. But when you get to the 8647 on the lawn, that's obvious vandalism. And then today they showed another vandalism case of a fountain. Of the World War II memorial where it was filled with soap bubbles and paint. So she's been having trouble bringing these cases in D.C. So she appointed a special grand jury yesterday to look into these cases.
So
she's going to get public opinion on her side with that.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. All right. So, and then Jeanine Pirro was on it, and there was all the talk. So maybe is that the reason for the reporting on Trump wants to fire Jeanine Pirro? Because, well,
he played with the media on that. He said he hasn't made a decision yet. Usually means no.
Did you see Peter Navarro?
Yeah, I saw it. No, I heard about Peter Navarro. I didn't see it.
Yeah, he was kind of pissed. Well, he was on with Bannon.
I didn't see
He was on with Bannon. He didn't have anything kind to say about her, which I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. It's almost like they're playing cat and mouse or something. I don't know. But you got to hand it to JD Vance. He really is making a case for 2028. Although I still think it's going to be Rubio at this point, but we'll see.
I don't know. We got two good picks, don't we?
We sure do. And that's just the start of it.
I actually think Rubio is more likely because he is older. And a lot more seasoned than Vance.
Right. Yeah, and I agree, Spencer. Yeah, vandalism is vandalism, and it needs to be prosecuted, period. 100%.
So that's what I'm getting at. A special grand jury that produces an actual report that the public can look at, I think it's a big deal. I think it was a really crafty way of dealing with a population in D.C. that would be selected for these juries that are already partisan.
Right. Yeah. I couldn't agree more. All right. So let me get to, hey, shout out to Beach Nana with a phone call. Beach Nana says, my heart hurts for all the, yes, Beach Nana. She's right. My heart hurts for all these kids and what these doctors have done for the gain of money. It's just pure evil. And because I hear this and I'm like, look, I already know how hard it is for kids to be raised in today's environment. And it's not easy for kids.
Well, we've completely abused youth, right? We've stolen the
and
childhood
ignored them.
For decades, we've been stealing their childhood and then treat them like they're a pariah in society because they don't have life skills.
Yep. And now you got hit. Thank God JD Vance is exposing this. It's about damn time.
Mm-hmm.
It's about time. Nowhere in America should any child be exploited for money, for monetary gain. No. It's evil.
No, I'm every day I listen to people like Vance, Rubio, Bissent, and I'm very thankful for this administration.
Yeah, likewise.
These are some very talented people.
And they are genuinely, it finally feels nice to have an administration that's finally working. Yes, gives a shit and working. and it's going to give us, I've said this so many times, it's going to give us a frame of reference of what a government who works on our behalf feels like. You know?
When you start seeing a government working for you, you can almost say, okay, the boot on my throat that's preventing me from having a fulfilling life, you know what I mean, and helping me get off that damn treadmill, is coming. Right? You can see it's coming.
Yep.
I wish it would come sooner. I could really use the break, but the thing is we're watching some real action that in the end nets us some real changes financially and socially.
Yeah. Thank God. And I got one more piece here with JD Vance says, talking about socialism, discussing how the GOP can combat the socialist support. This is good because I want this addressed. I wanted this addressed at some point.
That brings me up to something we discovered in my chat yesterday.
Yeah.
That I put out on my X account yesterday about what we've noticed, something we've noticed. So go ahead. Play
okay. All right. Let's hear
it's a good lead into that.
Perfect. Here we go.
Big questions facing America right now. What comes next with Iran, and why is socialism sticking with young Americans? Here's more of those questions and my conversation with Vice President J.D. Vance. Let's talk for a minute about Iran. There is frustration, Mr. Vice President, I think, out there on the seesaw nature of what's going on in Iran. We're close to a deal, then we're going to bomb the hell out of them. The strait is open, then the strait is closed. And I'm sure that frustration is shared inside the White House. So I know it's hard to project, but let me ask you, how does this end? What does this look like when and if it's over with Iran?
Well, the thing I can say with confidence is I think this ends with the United States in a stronger position, with Iran not having a nuclear weapon, and with the Strait of Hormuz returned to a place where oil and gas prices are stable for the American people. I think the issue here, Will, is that the Iranians sometimes make commitments that they don't honor. They make a deal, they don't honor the deal. And I understand your point about the seesaw nature of this, but I think what that reflects is that we have a lot of tools at our disposal to compel action. And sometimes we're focused on the energy piece of it because we want Americans to be able to afford the price of oil and gas. Sometimes we're obviously focused on the military nature of it. Sometimes we're focused on the nuclear program. So I think what is really happening is that you're seeing a president of the United States at the height of his authority with a lot of tools, diplomatic, military, and economic. What I think is really going on from the inside is that we're using those tools very selectively, very strategically to get the outcome that the President of the United States needs to get for the benefit of the American people. And it really is twofold. It's ensuring that the Gulf countries continue to send oil and gas to the world economy so that we have energy price stability. That's obviously important for the American people. I know that oil is down today, and it's way down from the highs in the early days of the conflict. That's goal number one. Keep oil and gas cheap for Americans all over our country. And then obviously goal number two is ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. I feel confident we're accomplishing both of those goals, but it's inherently an unpredictable thing because the Iranians themselves are unpredictable and they sometimes don't honor the commitments they've made to us.
All right, really quickly, I want to ask you this. There is obviously and I think it's beyond comedically, a movement in the United States to embrace socialism. We've seen, for example, a joke of a candidate in Wisconsin still get 300,000 votes, people voting for democratic socialism. But I think the real question, and I think it's a question for you, it's a question for Republicans at large, is this. When a young person looks at their life and they say, you know, I did what America asked me to do. I went to college, I got a job, and I don't think I can afford the life that my parents could afford. Now, whether or not that's statistically accurate, it is a real feeling and a growing feeling. So what is your answer to that young person?
You know, our answer, Will, and this is the exact right question to ask, because our response to socialism, which is a dangerous and destructive ideology, it's been tried in the past and failed, our response to that can't be just to ignore the economic concerns that I think are feeding this rising interest in socialism. And I guess I would say to that young person that you as an American citizen deserve to have a good life in this country, and you deserve to have a government that is making it easier for you to start a family, for you to afford to get a good education, for you to have a good job, for you to afford a home. And what I would also say is that whilst these things sometimes take a little bit of time, we are already seeing the positive results come from the president's economic policies. We're seeing trillions of dollars of new investment into this country, which means good middle-class jobs for young people, middle-income people all across our country. We're seeing housing prices finally stabilize. They doubled during the Biden administration. They have finally kind of flatlined during the first year and a half of the Trump administration. We also want to get interest rates down, of course, so that young people can afford a home. We want people to be able to afford the good things about this wonderful country that we all live in. And my warning to my fellow Republicans, Will, would be if we don't get this right, don't blame young people for being sympathetic to socialism. We've got to blame ourselves. And I think what is so unique and refreshing about Donald Trump's economic policies is that it's not the same old economic ideas that you would have heard 30, 40 years ago. He's talking about rebuilding our industrial base, rebuilding the heartland, making our streets safer, making it possible for young people to afford to buy a home. This is how you stop socialism. You don't stop socialism by throwing slogans at people about the free market. As much as I love the free market, you stop socialism by making people's lives better. And that's what we're trying to do every single day.
All right. That answer, I believe, is worthy of a much longer conversation, maybe one that you and I can have in Austin as the University of Texas plays Ohio State. I won't make you commit on television, but I hope to see you September 12th in Texas. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Take care, Will. Thanks for having me.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Are we buying or selling some of?
So it'd be nice. Sorry about that. It would be nice.
Are we buying or selling?
It would be nice to see the whole entire GOP come together in support of this. And improve economy, improve, how about groceries, improve gas prices, improve all things for all Americans, not even just middle class, but especially lower class too. And that doesn't mean more socialist programs, especially. But shout out to J.D. Vance. He's definitely making a great case for president in 2028. And I would vote for him regardless. I could see Rubio being vice president, but I could also see J.D. Vance being Rubio's vice president. So essentially vice president for a term and a half. Or I should say 2 terms and a half. All right. I got your royal stroke face coming right up. None other than Laura Ingraham, the It Girl, AOC's big decision. Check this out.
The It Girl's big decision. That's the focus of tonight's angle. When she came out of nowhere in 2018 to unseat the number 4 Democrat in the House, then 28-year-old Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez became an instant celeb. And she was the source of not just fascination, but speculation. She didn't have the academic pedigree of Obama, but she had his audacity.
You're talking about ICE should be abolished. You know, you want government jobs, you know, guarantee government jobs. What do you say to people who say that this is just too much?
Well, I think what we've seen is that working class Americans want a clear champion, and there is nothing radical about moral clarity.
Former bartender who burst onto the scene to shake up her party and motivate her generation to activism. AOC started her own squad, which consisted of like-minded radicals. And for the past several years, she's alternated between playing kind of boss lady in House hearings to showcasing softer vibes on TikTok. But something changed this year. The 36-year-old socialist began to take the reins from her mentor, Bernie Sanders, in the endorsement game, and with some real success.
Dr. Abdullah Sayed and I may come from different places, but we're forged from the same fight.
For money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare
for all.
She helped lift El Sayed to victory in his Michigan Senate primary, and before that had endorsed Zohran Mamdani in his successful New York mayoral bid. And as for a DSA type, she has shown skillful political judgment in knowing what races not to dive into. In that Wisconsin governor's race, AOC steered clear of Francesca Hong. And unlike some other Democrats, she never endorsed Plattner in Maine.
The Democrats abandoned Graham Plattner after these messages came out, these sexually explicit messages they sent to women.
You know, I haven't waded into that primary. I don't believe the primary has occurred yet. I haven't waded in that race.
2 embarrassing losses avoided, the brand of AOC preserved. Now, what's been clear for the past few weeks is that Ocasio-Cortez is seriously considering running for president. The clearest indication was her attempt to woke wash what happened in the summer of 2020.
I have a local city councilman that has this saying woke one was crazy. During this time, and especially during COVID, there was a huge opening of the Overton window. The doors were really open in trying to entertain any and every policy that was going to get us to a better place. During lockdown, of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today.
The movements to defund the police, then abolish police, the race riots, the looting, the ripping down of statues and monuments, the rank feeling of anti-Americanism that comes from all of that. Look, it's not popular, and she knows it. And today in the Washington Post, Henry Olsen writes what we've been saying since almost 2019, that she is the thought leader of the party, and she should not miss her moment to run for president. I think that's right. So why wait? Who's more interesting out there right now? Who has a stronger connection to the energy that is inside her party right now? The answer is no one. But that doesn't mean AOC wouldn't have a fight for the nomination. First, she'd have to get through Kamala, who today seemed to be making the case for AOC.
There is almost a rebellion against status quo because it has not been working for a lot of people for a long time.
Oops. And of course, there are a slew of others. Failed California Governor Gavin Newsom's obviously running, and he has a lot of Silicon Valley big donors on speed dial.
After the 2026 midterms, you're going to give it serious thought.
Yeah, I'd be lying otherwise. I'd just be lying, and I can't do that.
Others include people like former Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel, who seems to be doing his own brand tweaking, addressing the Biden record on the border, clearly more comfortable himself in the establishment lane.
I'm so angry at my party, not only losing control of the border, but in the 2020 debate, raising your hand and saying, I'm going to give health care to people that cross illegally. Forget the immigration policy. You have American families suffocating under health care costs, and you're talking about free health care to having crossed the border illegally? At every level, that was foolish by the party.
But as his party has tilted to the left, is that going to work? In 2026, he seems more like 1996. The strongest threat to Ocasio-Cortez in her nomination may come from the South. The buzz about Georgia Senator Jon Ossoff is off the charts. And my favorite fangirl piece about him is from New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg. She wrote, if you were cooking up an ideal 2028 candidate in the lab, he would look a lot like Ossoff. He's young and handsome with a picture-perfect family. He's a Southerner from a reddish state with a history of wooing black voters. And he's a Jewish critic of Israel who has the potential to bridge the Democratic Party's agonizing divide over Zionism. But Ossoff will have likely just one re-election, remember, and he may decide to wait.
No, I have zero interest in running for president in 2028. What do you make of the attention you're getting about the prospect of a 2028 run? My purpose is not to gain attention. My purpose is to do my job and do it well.
AOC was asked the same question. Her answer wasn't quite so definitive.
Are you going to run for president?
I mean, I'm focused on winning the midterms. I'm running for Congress right now.
But, I mean, do you see this as something... I know you've said you're open to it. Is it a realistic possibility for you?
I haven't ruled out the possibility.
Ah, there it is. And the laugh, always the laugh. And now looky here, for what it's worth, and it's not worth much, AOC suddenly leaps to the top of the prediction site Polymarket. She's leading Newsom and the others, albeit narrowly, 19 to 17. Gavin has 17, 16 for Ossoff, 7 for poor old Kamala. So these next 6 months will be crucial for AOC. What happens in the midterms with El Sayed in Michigan, what happens in New York under Mamdani, will all be taken into account by the voters, who in her party want, above all, a winner who will undo 4 more years of Donald Trump. The key question is going to be, how does she do on that debate stage? We know her progressive bona fides are not in doubt. But she's using her, her story in an interesting way, too. Her personal reproductive story to relate to women of a certain age and stage in life. That may have some appeal. But if she's actually pressed on substantive issues involving economic policy, foreign policy, it's a total mess. Here's what she thinks about U.S. troops defending Taiwan.
I think that this is such a... I think that this is of course a very long-standing policy of the United States.
She'd have to do a lot of homework to reassure voters that she can run the federal government despite never having run anything. And then she'd have to face someone like Vance or Rubio. And wouldn't that be fun? And that's the angle.
I loved how AOC put in there that I'm running for Congress. That's a definitive, I want the presidency.
Why would she be asking, or why would she be clamoring for AOC? Why would anybody be clamoring for AOC? Why is this woman, this young lady...
Okay, so let me ask a question. You got a bartender with no real history.
This is what I'm saying.
She's suddenly this expert politician.
Come on.
I want to know who's behind her.
Oh, gosh.
We know that she got into Congress through a talent search, for Pete's sake.
They all have.
But I mean an actual talent search. In other words, what does a talent do? They read scripts. Somebody's behind her.
Well, I'm sorry, but I've always had it in my mind that they all do what they're told. They all say what they're told. They all vote how they're told to. This is why they're so easily switching over from so-called Democrats to, DSA, Democrat Socialists of America, cough, cough, communists, right? This is why. And I don't know. I wouldn't be clamoring for any of these people to run for president at this point. I'd be trying to destroy their reputation, expose them for who they are. All right, so what should we cover now? Oh boy, I can't wait to get to that one. DOJ announces charges in Chinese marriage fraud scheme with none other than...
Wait a minute, stop.
What?
Who's been doing the vacay baby birthing? The Chinese?
Chinese, yes. So they're tackling this issue.
We're tackling the entire issue,
right?
Do you think they're only coming from China, by the way?
11 individuals involved in large-scale Chinese marriage fraud. So this is a business.
Right. That's what they've been talking about, the whole birther tourism. But what I'm getting at is, let's bring up the Chinese because they've been dutifully made our nemesis of late. You're going to see this goes deeper.
And then we got more stuff on Fauci.
Because, you know,
Fauci. Hey, what's up, Mikey Baseball? Happy birthday to your brother. Good to see you. All right. I guess we'll cover a little bit of this. And here we go.
In United States history, this scheme was not a...
Oops.
This is one of the largest marriage fraud prosecutions in United States history. This scheme was not a quick fly-by-night operation, but rather a years-long, multi-million-dollar cottage industry. Chinese nationals would pay these facilitators as much as $100,000 for assistance in obtaining a marriage, which then allowed them to apply for a green card.
Attorney General Todd Blanche yesterday announcing this major takedown of an extensive Chinese national marriage fraud scheme. Nearly a dozen people charged in these alleged sham weddings. Joining us now, Fox News legal editor Carrie Arbon. Great to see you today, Carrie. So this is sweeping, and it involves so many people. We know it covers at least a 10-year period, but more than 1,000 of these sham weddings. U.S. citizens were getting paid to take part in this. People were being paid to facilitate it, allegedly. What do you make of this?
Yeah, and this just happened, I think it was in February of this past year, where DOJ and the FBI and HSI, they broke up another ring just like this. And in that sham marriage ring, those people were targeting Navy servicemen in Jacksonville and some other states. And unfortunately, some of these reservists had agreed to get paid to marry someone so that person could get a green card. And so it's a serious crime, up to 5 years in prison, up to $250,000 fine. And I think it's more prevalent than people realize.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting yesterday when the Attorney General was asked about whether this was espionage. He said that's not what we're alleging here, but it brought to mind the recent decision that we covered from the Supreme Court on birthright citizenship about, you know, the warnings from a number of the justices, including in the dissent, saying, listen, there is a pull here for people who are not our allies, not friendly to the U.S., to come here, to have children, to leave and raise those kids elsewhere, but have freedom to move in this country. It feels like these marriages may have been in the same vein of giving access to this country.
Yeah, I had the same thought immediately about the birthright citizenship case when I saw this announcement yesterday. And look, I think the Department of Justice is trying to do everything in its power to do what they can with that ruling, since that ruling upheld birthright citizenship.
The new EO is hysterical.
Okay, fine.
The new EO.
On birther tourism.
Oh,
did
yes.
You see what he did?
Yes.
He made the uterus medium of transport.
We're going to really crack down.
When I looked up that code, I died laughing.
People who are evading immigration law by engaging in fake marriages, or who are holing up in hotels in Beverly Hills to have children for the purpose just for them being born here on the soil and flying back to China. And so I think we're going to see more actions on that front. And I think it is more motivated in part by that birthright citizenship ruling.
Okay, another big case that the Attorney General spoke on yesterday was this new second superseding indictment on the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and one of their former officials. I want to play a little bit of what he had to say yesterday.
There is a new indictment that includes the former CFO of SPLC. I believe she was part of the effort to open bank accounts in completely fictitious companies' names and make payments to individuals for reasons that were not accurate as described.
Okay, so I want to put up, these are the allegations, the charges regarding this former CFO, Heidi Beirich. Conspiracy to commit wire fraud, conspiracy to make false statements.
God, she looks like the creme de la creme.
Conspiracy to commit concealment and money laundering. And some additional, it looks like, money laundering charge against SPLC itself. Where does this case go?
Yes, no, Faye. Yes, uterine transport. That's Trump put that in his executive order as a mode of transport.
It's a hysterical thing. And then I went and looked up the code he used, and I read section 2, and I'm like, okay, I see where you went with this. I've been laughing about it ever since.
Yeah, Shannon, every time I read one of these new indictments with respect to SPLC, I think you can't make this stuff up. This is crazy. And with respect to this particular woman, the former CFO, I think it's worse than what those charges even allege, in the sense that she oversaw the payments to these informants. Some of these informants were part of these groups, like the neo-Nazis and the Klan and all of that. All those
So glad this is getting exposed.
And she was dating one of them. She lived with one of them, according to the indictment. They shared a joint bank account, and they used that bank account for their personal living expenses. So here she is, the CFO of the organization, overseeing the payments to these people, one of whom she was living with, and sharing that money and paying for her own expenses. And look, another thing that I just think we can't forget here, some of this money was being used for clothing, materials to make Klan robes, for cross burnings. Some of these payments were made to people who actually wanted to get out of these groups, and SPLC encouraged them to stay. One of the payments was made to someone called an Imperial Wizard, and on SPLC's own website, they had flagged this group basically as a reboot of the Klan. And so on their website, they're saying, hey, there's this threat, there's a reboot of a Klan, and then we come to find out they're actually using donor money to pay the leader of that group. So I think it'll be interesting to see how this case unfolds. We continue to get more information, and it's crazy to me every time.
It's like you said, it's almost like you're reading an outlandish movie script that could not possibly be real, and yet it is an actual federal indictment. Okay, Carrie, always great to see you. Thanks so much for weighing in. Be sure to like and subscribe.
All right. Any other thoughts on this?
No, she's saying everything we were already talking about.
Yeah, agreed.
It's just good to see it
Sure
coming
is.
out.
Sure is.
We keep wondering, well, when are they going to see some arrests? Well, you're watching them.
Well, speaking of Chinese, let me bring this over here so I can
Okay,
read
that
it.
is not
What?
a graceful picture
What?
of Brian.
Hold on. Let me share a different screen then.
that puts him right up there with SPLC
So
and John Brennan.
Speaking of Chinese, this is Daily Caller. Scoop: a senior Chinese Communist Party intelligence official is the new owner of a historic building overlooking the White House complex. A Daily Caller News Foundation investigation discovered. Located approximately 650 feet northeast of the White House grounds, the 100-year-old securities building on 15th Street was purchased on July 21st, 2026. Wow. Just recently for $8.4 million by the Philip Q Family Foundation filings show. The building's new owner, Philip Q, has held numerous positions within Chinese intelligence and state security arms, according to the university records and DCNF translations of Chinese government announcements. CCP. So what? A CCP intelligence official really buys a building, just steps from the White House.
Are you shocked that they're going to paint it as Trump is Chinese controlled?
No, but...
So what does that normally mean? The opposite's true.
Yes.
Okay, so next thing. He's a CCP official. Xi's been getting rid of a lot of CCP officials. This guy's alive. Right?
Xi?
No, this Q, the guy that bought that building.
Yeah.
He's alive. Just going to point out, CCP, sitting in the U.S., he's alive. Xi's been purging the CCP for what? Since 22, at least, we've been watching him get rid of his military.
Yeah, I've seen the military aspect, but just.
But he's gotten rid of a lot of people in the standing council. So I'm just saying.
So what do you think? What is that? What are you saying?
I don't know that. Well, what if China, Russia, and others, right? I don't know that we have enough information to automatically assume that this person who bought this building controls the White House. Because that's what they're trying to say. I mean, it is interesting.
I thought there was some sort of I thought Trump, or was that Texas? I thought there was something.
No, Trump has made it so that foreigners can't buy
real estate.
Farmland around not just real estate, but around military bases.
So that's just military bases.
And the White House is a military base.
So why is this happening?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. We don't have enough information.
Okay. We definitely don't have enough information, but it's a data point worthy of entertaining moving forward, I suppose. Keep an eye on that.
That is definitely a keep an eye on.
Absolutely. All right.
I know women who have had miscarriages with the vaccine.
Yeah. All right. So now, okay, we'll wait for that one. SPLC. We already talked about the SPLC. Let's do some fraud. Oh, that's more SPLC.
That's SPLC.
Yeah.
The other big fraud story coming out is with the USCCB and migration.
Oh, here we go. Ilhan Omar. Rep Dadgummit, known as Tim Burchett, believes politicians like Ilhan Omar and AOC are part of a foreign Soros-funded plot to infiltrate the government to destroy America. Well, no shit. No shit.
I mean, the insight into the obvious for some of these people is amazing, isn't it?
Better later than never, I suppose. But we are finally starting to see movement. We are finally starting to see action being taken. Like you said, J.D. Vance even stated recently that definitely has information or seen evidence that Ilhan Omar is committed fraud on her immigration papers. Not to mention, where did she come? Like you said before, where did she come up with all the money? The $30 million plus, and the preferential treatment, the probably quid pro quo sort of stuff, where she's the what is it? Hunger, the feeding the hungry or something like that. That program that she did.
The Feeding the Future.
Feeding the Futures, that's right.
Feeding our future.
But he says Tim Burchett, known as I call Dadgummit, says it's a well-funded operation. Let's hear what Dadgummit has to say.
Knoxville, Tennessee. I was county mayor here 2 terms ago. My buddy Glenn Jacobs has done a great job, not raised taxes. I didn't raise taxes. We both paid down debt. A wonderful lady named Betsy Henderson won with like 5,000 votes. She ran against a guy who marched with Maduro 5 years ago, and there's a picture of him with a hammer and sickle on his shirt. He came within 5,000 votes in Tennessee, dude, in Tennessee, of becoming the mayor of the county. And this is not happening by accident. The other side, AOC, did not happen by accident. Omar did not happen by accident. My theory, and I can have a theory, I think, without being sued. You've got some of these billionaires, whether it's Soros or some other liberal that hates America but will run it into the ground and profit from it. They put a lot of money into these things, and they drop these candidates in all over the country. And guess what? When they ran Omar and AOC on their scale, they hit gold, and a few of the others of the squad, and they were backed. They were backed by somebody, and they had somebody in there. They all had this little group together, and they were funded. And then we better wake up, Benny, because it is coming. It is in Tennessee. If it's in Tennessee, dadgummit, it is everywhere.
Dadgummit.
We are not paying attention to these local races because that is the breeding ground for this.
You're harassing his accent.
And, all they do is turn it against the big boys. They live in this fat house. They're billionaires. But you know what? Freaking Elon Musk. How many people does he employ? How many people did he turn into millionaires?
Can I ask you a question? This is kind of unrelated, but it's not really unrelated because I guess you could put this in this conversation. Why does the word Zionist have such a negative connotation to it?
That actually started back in 2010-11, where they really started to co-opt the term.
Isn't the meaning of a Zionist essentially just simply nationalist?
It's a nationalist.
Right? Meaning,
so you believe in the state of Israel,
But there's other kinds of Zionists, right? Like,
well,
can't you say that we're American Zionists?
Specifically, it's a nationalist. So America First is a Zionist movement. So, but like I said, back in 2010-11 timeframe, they started co-opting that term and making it a 4-letter word.
So it's really a simple-minded, intellectually lazy argument to just blindly accuse somebody of being a Zionist, right?
I prefer to use willful ignorance.
Well, the reason I'm reluctant to use willful is because I think because it was co-opted, if it was co-opted.
Yeah, but if you're not going to do a kind of a Webster's dictionary perusal, and you're just going to parrot what's being said, you're a willful idiot.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's fair, but
that ignorance, there's no excuse for that ignorance.
Yeah.
That's a very simple thing to do.
But
it worked. They poll tested it, they ran it, they flooded the zone with it, and it's now ever since been a 4-letter word. But they never really fully defined said 4-letter word. It just, because you now conjure it as being a bad thing, we never ask, what do you mean by that? Do you see what I'm saying? And if you ask, what do you mean by that? They'll come, for as many people as you ask, you'll have that many different explanations.
And I have really yet to hear. See, all right, here's how I see it. It seems to me to be a Machiavellian divide and conquer strategy that intends to stick people on either side.
Well, it's intended to pit us against each other.
But you will either be pro this side or pro that side. In this scenario, we'll just say you're going to be either pro-Palestinian or you're going to be pro-Israeli.
Right.
Holy shit.
And notice it's always binary. There's no sliding scale.
Thank you. That's my point right there. 100%.
It's an either or.
Right.
There's no, I agree with some things, disagree with other things.
Yeah.
You have to be on one side or the other.
Right. And this is where I always will remain purely objective. What does that mean? There's no emotional attachment to there's to one side that is America, pro-American, right? And because I do largely see it's an emotional attachment to the word Zionist. I am not a Zionist. I will never, whatever, with a Zionist or what? What are you talking about?
Well, like what Highway Dog just said, they don't define anything. If they ever did actually define it, then they would have to stop moving the goalposts.
Right. Like
absolutely perfect response, because that's what they do with it.
Yeah. Like I'm seeing somebody who I used to consider a friend. I guess I still do, and I consider him one smart. I won't say his name, but Christian Zionists will disregard and continue siding with the Jewish terrorists because they worship the state of Israel, not Jesus. So here's a problem I see, and I'll just say, let's goes to base Patrick Henry.
Right.
Who I used to have a lot of respect for. And I would say this to his face because, I always say I won't say shit behind people's back that I wouldn't say to their face. Now, that said, problems I have with what he just said, Christian Zionists will disregard and continue siding with the Jewish terrorists because they worship the state of Israel, not Jesus. He just stated that whole entire subjective post as an indisputable fact. He didn't express it as his opinion, which suggests to me that he's either willfully or knowingly misleading, or he's emotionally...
Or he's an idiot that you need to unfollow.
But he's not an idiot. That's the thing, though.
But he is an idiot. It's not that they come out with some great things once in a while. When you make a statement like that, it is so abject thought.
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of statements that say to me, okay, you're not somebody that I would consider even reasonably rounded in reason, right? So again, that binary thing again, I don't care what people think of Netanyahu. I don't care what people think of Israel, but I, for one, am really sick and tired of hearing an entire country being Satan.
Yeah. And that's another good thing. And for the people that do, I don't care one way or another. And I agree with you that he's the face of war.
Right.
Ultimately,
and he will lose. He's going to lose in October.
But that's my subjective opinion. I'm stating it as my opinion. Now, with that said,
I feel the same way as you do. I'm pretty confident that he's not going to win re-election in October, but it's supposed to be that way. You don't heal with the face of war being your leader.
Right. Now, with that said, I wonder why the vitriolic anti-BB crowd, I wonder why they don't stop for 1 second to consider, just for one moment, if they've succumbed to an op themselves. Have you thought for 1 second that maybe, just maybe, you fell for an op that got you to blindly hate somebody for reasons that you don't know if you can quite articulate?
You can't even articulate them.
And have you considered the source that you got them from, or the source that the one you got it from, who they got it from? Because there is obviously, I think it's fair to state that there is a faction out there that is attempting to curry that vitriolic hatred towards BB and Israel, therefore Israel.
Well, let me. It's not just towards BB. Vitriolic hate is a destabilizing effect. Has a destabilizing effect, right? When we have this vitriolic hate, then your worldview gets darker.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And you become a doomer and a black pillar. Yeah.
Right. And you tend to disengage.
Nothing's happening, everybody.
Yeah, right. So the fact is, we're seeing this 3 months before an election. Shouldn't raise any red flags, should it?
No, yeah.
So I'm just saying, if you allow yourself to step back, put your bias on the shelf, say a prayer. You know what would be a great thing? I think a good homework assignment that I can give tonight.
What's that?
Everybody must go to the Bible and read the Beatitudes.
Ooh.
The Beatitudes.
Ooh, all right. I like that.
Because I'm serious. If you stop for a minute and recognize that we are perpetuating a narrative that is designed to divide, and we stop doing that, then they no longer have the power to divide us.
Big time. Couldn't agree more. And you know what else I noticed? The same people I shouldn't say willfully, but what they often overlook. For instance, in this scenario, I noticed they don't acknowledge, let's say, the Islamic influence because they're so hyper-focused on hating and blaming the Jews. It's the Jews.
Well, no,
it's
I'm going to take it a step further. What they're not recognizing is radicalization.
Yeah.
Every religion has radicals.
And anything, and anytime.
And you've got to learn to peel that away, because if we're going to deal with the animal in front of us, let's deal with the truth about the animal, who the animal really is.
Yeah, and the way I like to look at it too is best way to answer this for me in my head is, how would Jesus want to respond to this? How would Jesus want us to respond to something like this? You know? With grace, and to think for yourself, not fall in some sort of groupthink echo chamber mentality, which I see happen far too often. I almost wonder if this is what the whole Candace, anti-Erica Kirk, anti-Turning Point USA whole thing is about. I almost wonder if it's about getting us to stop thinking and behaving in an echo chamber, because that's exactly what that whole thing is.
But wait a minute, Sean, that's what parabolic language is all about. When you get parabolic like they've become, that loudness tends to, it's like watching an accident on the side of the road, right? that parabolic behavior attracts people, whether they would intend to join that. They're fixated on the event. And all you have to do, it's like anything else. If you watch it long enough, it starts shaping how you think.
Yeah. All right, here's a good question. That's a great point. Here's a great question. This is why I love a boneless chicken, because he always brings great questions. What will it mean if it comes to fruition that Israeli deep state prints are all over 9/11, and before you answer this, I got something I wanted to add first.
Mm-hmm.
He said Mossad agent on 60 Minutes states they run everything and are behind every psyop. Maybe true, maybe not. Still a point of concern. Now, all right, what I would say to that is, okay, the source
60
was
Minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the source was 60 Minutes. First of all, second of all, what I would say, what I would say is, have we considered the possibility that was an op?
That was an op.
Oh, I'm not comfortable to state that as fact, but
Okay, so
I
wait a minute.
concede
Wait,
that.
let me point out why I'm going to say definitively it was
Okay.
an op. How do you dare talk about transnational organizations that enjoy no borders, they adhere to no borders, no countries
Like-
rule, and then say the country of Israel controls everything? I mean, just a few months ago, it was the Vatican controlled D.C.
Yeah.
Now you got China. I mean, we're talking in these parameters that label a state when we're actually dealing with transnational organizations
Right.
that have no loyalty to any country.
It's a great point. So if you take 9/11, for instance, okay,
We know there's a bigger story there.
let's take the narratives, just the narrative around 9/11. Okay, you get the mainstream narrative that is what? A bunch of Middle Eastern Muslims, Muslims, Islamic hijacked airplanes and flew them into buildings. Well, what's the one country that's right dab smack in the center of all those Middle Eastern countries of Muslims that supposedly hijacked the train? It would be Israel. So you mean to tell me Israel, the whole thing doesn't make sense? The only thing that would make sense is if our own government did it, or I should say a shadow government, an international component, not Middle East, not anywhere in the Middle East, Israel included. I'm the one thinking Switzerland, City of London.
So can you
Again,
go
would
to,
Israel even exist if it not for the blessing of the City of London?
Can you go to post 154? I know we don't do Q a lot, but
Yes. Post 154? Coming right up. Why?
what's the first question on it?
Post 154 is
154.
who financed 9/11?
What's the second
The
question?
Jews, Feisty. It was the Jews.
But who is Bin Laden's handler though?
CIA.
It's the CIA.
So we financed it. You and me and everybody.
Now
in the
go down
chat.
to the bottom of that post. How did that money get to the CIA? Our Father who art in
USAID.
heaven. No, our Father who art in heaven. Look at what version of the Our Father that is. It uses trespasses. It doesn't use debt. That means it was the Catholic Church. So they laundered that money through the Vatican Bank to the CIA.
Oh, that brings me to
That takes you
something.
to Saudi Arabia, takes you to Iran, takes you to Pakistan, takes you to a number of countries, not just Israel.
That brings me to something I tagged you in earlier on X. Did you see this?
Yeah, I just saw it. I couldn't respond.
This is from Mark Thiessen, says, now I understand why the USCCB so vigorously opposed Trump's. So the USCCB is the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops. All right. Vigorously opposed. Now I know why they vigorously opposed Trump's deportation policy while doing nothing to oppose Biden's abortion policies, right? Because Catholics are
I disagree
supposed to
with
be
that second
anti-abortion,
But
and
that has been standard policy, dogma, rhetoric
Okay.
for as long as I can remember. Anti-abortion.
No money in the latter, just a disgrace, which, if true, I agree. It's a disgrace. And the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops is one example. We got some audits here.
But look at what the audit is pointing to.
Reports revenue of $180.4 million from government contracts and grants. That's 81.8% of their revenue, all of which is from migration and refugee services.
Which we know. So The USCCB is the largest recipient of those dollars. That's the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops. Those monies are pushed down into the various dioceses that request. It's that same funding wheel where you got a master applicant who then pushes that money down, just like they did with the state monies for HHS or all of those things, right? So once the USCCB gets their block of money, the various dioceses apply for their cut of that block of money. And USCCB has traditionally been the largest recipient of these kinds of funds. I'm also going to remind people that there is more than what you think going on with this money, because I've been a part of some of this. Migrant services includes children abandoned at the border, that kind of thing, where their services are provided. But I can tell you about Joe Gibbs right down the road from where I live, where he took in all kinds of boys under Obama.
Are you talking about the race car team? Former race car Redskins owner? Joe Gibbs? That Joe Gibbs. Okay.
Yeah, he owns a I want to say a reform center, but it's just down the road from me. Took in all sorts of boys under Obama when those migrants came through. So we're not just talking one entity. This is a wide case. I understand why people are pointing this out, because it is a concern. Where's the accountability for what that money did? I think that's the bigger issue, not how much.
Well, I think
where's your chain of custody for what it actually
I think it might help for people to understand better what's going on there first before, and to show what's going on there.
Government contracts, grants, revenue. What does that mean?
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah. Royalty income. Okay. And then I tagged you in it. Okay. You got more here. Migration refugee services make up the vast majority of their operating expenses.
I get it.
And then what I asked said, I'm
the
genuinely curious if this is a prime example of infiltration into the Catholic Church, or if it's a means for the wizard behind the curtain to claim plausible deniability somehow, just to simplify it. Or is it not? Can it not be that simplified?
It could be that simple. But I think there's a bigger story.
Okay.
You are talking about monies that are largely public monies being used for less than what the American population would agree would be beneficial use or benevolent use of that money. And I think we need to look into that. But you also have to go back and recognize that there's a big issue within the church, and these funds are pivotal to keeping it going in this country. That's why I'm saying, what did that money actually do?
I think, all right.
Not just the amount. We not only have a church that is falling apart, right? We got people leaving, the priest abuse thing.
I think we got just as many people going to it, though, too.
The church has been the church has had major money issues since the 70s.
I got to give you credit about something, though, because ever since you brought it to my attention, and I can't unsee it now, I can't unthink it, I can't misremember it now. Ever since you brought to my attention how important Catholicism or Christianity and the Catholic Church, ever since you brought it to my attention, how important it is for any presidential candidate to. You can't win the presidency without 20% of the Catholic vote. So that showed me that they got to pander to it. Always. They have to pander to it. So also the other thing is, there's always going to be a concerted effort in order for communism, socialism to really succeed. Okay, they're going to need to take it down too, destroy it.
And the hardest one to take down is the Catholic Church, because it has an actual hierarchy.
Right. So
but if you
I think
take
that's
down
important.
Catholicism, you take down Christianity, which is the goal.
Yeah.
If you radicalize Muslims, you take down Islam.
And I've noticed that just saying, when I just say the word Catholicism, or just now, when I say the Catholic Church, I can already feel people getting a little tense.
Bristled.
Yes.
Right. It happens
to me, I'm not Catholic. Okay. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. All right. I am a God-fearing American patriot. I love God. I have a relationship with God. Okay. Call it whatever you want. Christianity. I don't care. Okay. What that means to me, oh man, that signals to me that there has been a concerted effort to paint Catholics as bad.
They've been painting Catholicism
and
as evil
Jews
since the Protestant Reformation.
Right.
And Jews, my God, you can go back 4,000 years and see where the Jews have always been under somebody's thumb.
And if I was an enemy of the Jews, if I wanted to destroy, if I was evil and had bad intentions, if I wanted to destroy the Jewish faith, what I would do is I would create different sects, different denominations of it, and then I would call it maybe something different, sort of. But then I would still conduct my nefarious shit.
Mm-hmm.
And this way, if we ever got caught, or if anyone else ever got caught, it would destroy the reputation of Jews. That's how I would do it. That's how I would destroy the Jewish faith. Same with Catholicism. I might install a couple of pedophile priests in some churches, get the Boston Globe to report on it, and then instead of just shit canning them, I'll just move them across the country to Washington State or something like that, and then report on that too. And meanwhile, what this will do, this will start to paint the Catholic Church as very nefarious.
I also want to point out something else.
Hey, so we got rated by Blue Eyes. Hey,
oh, nice, thank you.
Shout out to Blue Eyes. Welcome in, Patriots.
In 2020, when we went through the lockdowns, the churches in the U.S. took over $3 billion to shut their doors. That wasn't just Catholic. We got a bigger systemic issue.
Mm.
So because you're talking about the big man on the hill, right, the Catholic Church, largest organization,
big target,
takes in so much money,
yeah.
That makes it a good target. But that problem is systemic, goes all the way down. I find, and I have been angry about this, I don't care what religion you are, if your church's doors were closed, I'm out of that church.
Yeah.
In fact, in our church, our priest actually said to the congregation during Mass, "What are you doing here? You're not worth going to jail over." We collectively got rid of his sorry ass. So I'm just saying we've got to stop with this back and forth dichotomy it's killing our national psyche.
Well, it doesn't really, hi buddy, it doesn't really, you don't benefit from it. It's circular. It doesn't, you don't go anywhere. It doesn't achieve anything. It's just a hate matching hate fest, right? And that's what I noticed is, and this is, all right, so this is one of my goals for America Rising is I want people to always know that always ultimately the focus is just learning the truth, okay? Not ego, not, hey, I know more than you, you know more than me, none of that bullshit, okay? It's just discovery. It's because I want people to know that you come here and I could trust that Sean and Feisty or Johnny and Mare and Krista, Chris Doom and Ash and all the, everybody wants to learn the truth. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about learning the truth. And that's what I feel like we've achieved that to a degree. Sure, we can always do better. But in doing so, never want anybody to think that we're pushing one thing or another. It's not the only thing I want to push is the truth. That's it. And a lot of times that's challenging.
I'm gonna talk about an example. Okay? An example where truth levels the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We just talked about a version of the Our Father who uses trespass versus debtors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There is more than the Catholic Church that uses trespass. Did you know that?
Mm-mm.
The Anglican Church, the Episcopalian Church, they use trespass. So do the Methodists and the Lutherans. Okay. Both versions come out of the Bible. Both of them do. So to sit here and make this binary choice that one is wrong, one is right, please step back. Because you don't know your damn Bible. Mm. And it's these kinds of things that just divide us to the point where we can't even talk to each other. And that's what I'm against.
Yes, I say the same thing. Oh, there's no talking politics at the table, dinner table here, or we don't talk about we don't talk religion. Listen, if those two topics, religion and politics, are contentious, then to me that's an indicator that there's sources that are actively trying to encourage that. Mm-hmm. They don't want that. They don't want people having those discussions.
And it's said in such a way that's designed to shut down.
Yes,
the discussion.
And if you can take
it's accusatory. It's then you must like this.
Yeah.
And just shut up and go away. And you're a petty juvenile idiot.
And if this can come from like a former stonemason, metalhead guitarist, guys who ignorantly threw up the devil horns in front of thousands of people on a nightly basis, then guess what? And again, I'm just observant. I'm a cautious observer. I like to watch. I'm a happy warrior, whatever you want to call it, slow to anger, and unless it comes to kids being abused, then I'm really quick to anger, of course. But yeah, the conversation started because the term, and I was looking on X and I see a friend talking about Christian Zionists, this word Zionist, and I'm just like, how come every time I see this word thrown out there, I feel like there's a negative connotation to this word.
Right.
It
isn't.
Ew.
The actual word. Well, it's just like the rainbow.
It's very psyop.
The rainbow is a covenant.
Yeah. It's a promise,
and yet
right?
Now it's a covenant, which is stronger than a promise, actually. It was God's covenant.
It's a determination.
God made a covenant saying, I will never do this again. It was the sign he gave after the great flood.
Okay.
So, a covenant is stronger than a promise. I can promise you I'm going to have a deck for Monday. And if I don't, you're going to... But a covenant says that I hold it so dear, so sacrosanct, that nothing is going to budge me from that.
Okay.
That promise. So it's much stronger. It's a much more important word than just a promise. Mm. That said, today it's being used in LGBTQ as if it's
a hijacking, just like everything
else. And
what
is it doing? It's reversing Christianity by definition.
So again, when we hear these,
actually, Judaism and Christianity, and I believe even Muslims.
So when you hear these terms Zionist and you feel a little like dark cloud over that word or anything else, I now stop and ask myself: there must be a psyop around this term, because
we've done it with Freemasons. Did it with the All-Seeing-Eye. The All-Seeing-Eye is a sign of the Trinity.
It's a hijacking. What about 6? What about 6 plus 6 plus 6 is 18? What's the number 18?
No. 666 is the sign of the beast, right?
Yeah.
So the three sides of the triangle: money taken over by sin, social norms and values taken over by sin, governance taken over by sin. 666 means Satan owns the entirety of the human experience. That's what the sign of the beast is. It's sin.
Well, we want to avoid that, right?
Well, of course. The one thing you have control over is your social norms and values. Be sure of who you are. Root them in biblical truth.
Yeah, and don't allow yourself to be...
Satan can't own part of you. He's got to own all of you.
And he needs your permission to do it.
Well, he needs God's permission. Even more. God is telling Satan he can test us.
But he already had God's permission, I thought.
He had God's permission for the plan, but go back to the book of Job. He had to get God's permission to specifically target Job.
I don't know what that means. That didn't tell me anything. Being ignorant, being biblically ignorant. That doesn't tell me anything.
So the book of Job, what happened with Job? Do you know?
No.
Okay.
Hold on. I got to shout out to Do59 who just gave us a $5 Rumble rant. Thank you, Do59, who says, Is the written plan on the bottom of this map in play? ? All of you would find this very interesting. Pass this in your search bar. Outline post-war New World Map, 1942 Library of Congress.
Okay, I got it for you.
What comes up?
It's verifying. I had to prove I was human to get into the Library of Congress.
Oh, you're actually okay. Okay, yeah. Now it's doing it for me too.
You're in that.
You're not taking me to some flat earth shit, do I? I'm kidding. Okay, thank you, do. God bless.
It isn't.
Bamlo says 666 is the sign of man.
6 is the sign of man, not 666. Man was created on the 6th day. What is 6? 1 less than complete without God.
7 is completion.
7 means complete. So man without God it already has a sinful nature. When you put it into the construct of the human experience of money, governance, and norms, that's the 3 sides of the triangle. There's your 666. I've shown you this before. That's what the Vatican Papal Hall is all about, is that warning. So what it's a warning of is you, as an individual, have control over only one side of that triangle, and that's your what you believe is socially norm, what your values are, right?
Yeah.
And if you're not biblically focused, Satan can easily take that.
You just got me like doing flashbacks of everything in my life right now.
Okay, I am sending you the map. There it is. But I'm just saying, we've got so many things going on in this world. And in the meantime, as we're all being kind of sidelined and sidetracked with our squirreling moments, how many people spent 20 minutes in the Bible? We need to start somewhere. And if you don't give yourself that refresher, it's like, consider it like your cup of coffee, your spiritual coffee, right? It wakes you up. And for me, I can't even begin my day without it. I can't, first of all, after arguing all night with AI, I need my spiritual coffee, because I completely empty my reserves of grace when I'm working with AI. So
I'm looking at this map. This map is kind of crazy.
Post-world.
Yeah.
Post-war New
outline
World
of post-war New World Map. And this is what year? Here, I'll show everybody.
1942.
So this is post-war, post-World War II? I'm assuming that's what they're getting at? Not.
Yeah.
Is it supposed to be post-war,
It's the map of the world after World War II.
Signaling that the United States would own Greenland, Canada, all these other... It's almost like a Monroe Doctrine type. United States of South America. Whoa. Union of Africa Republic. Oh. Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Wow. Interesting. I've never seen this before. So it's essentially like the Monroe Doctrine, right?
Seems like it.
Which, for anyone who doesn't know, the Monroe Doctrine was essentially securing the entire Western Hemisphere from its European overlords, former European overlords, right?
Right.
United Republics of China. Interesting. No, I've not seen this. Thank you, Do. This is interesting. Greenland. Do we officially have Greenland yet? Is that?
No.
That's not a thing yet?
No.
Do you think that's going to become a thing?
We're not going to physically get Greenland. What we're trying to do is get a bilateral agreement for mineral rights. There's a wealth of oil up there in the Arctic Circle.
So maybe
we've been buying icebreakers for a reason. Okay?
You said read the policies at the bottom.
I don't know what I can't. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. Unfortunately, my eyes are saying, "Yeah, forget it." I have a hard time. I'm sorry.
I'll get to it. I'll get to it in just a minute. In just a little bit here, Do. Oh, with another $1 Rumble rant. Thank you, Do. All right, I wanted to get your question. I wanted to get your take, not question, on this because this came out recently, and it's Trump cheers as court upholds his elimination of de minimis tariff exemptions. Donald Trump on Thursday celebrated a quote big win as the U.S. Court of International Trade upheld his elimination of de minimis tariff exemption on items under $800. It's a big win today as the U.S. Court of International Trade on one of the most despicable loopholes in American trade policy, the so-called de minimis exemption. This is what Trump posted on Truth Social. For years, foreign shippers could send packages worth up to $800 into our country duty-free, no tariff, far less scrutiny. It became a giant loophole for tariff cheats.
Well, actually, worse than that, they were using the mail system too, but they were drugs. All of that came in under that.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, fentanyl traffickers, a pipeline exploited by fentanyl traffickers, counterfeiters, and other criminals shipping dangerous and illegal products into America. In 2024 alone, de minimis cost America an estimated $10.8 billion in foregone tariff revenue, and an astonishing share of narcotics and counterfeit seizures came through the de minimis channel. So we closed it.
Gotcha, bitch.
He added, with the stroke of my mighty pen, that's no auto pen, by the way, we ended this ridiculous giveaway and made foreign goods play by the rules. The importers sued. Today, they lost.
Gotcha, bitch.
The court ruled that the president had the legal authority to rescind this so-called privilege. I didn't know anything about this. The de minimis elimination saw a group of importers sue to restore exemption. Earlier this year, the White House trade advisor Peter Navarro warned that members of Congress were working to reinstate the de minimis exception under another name. Of course. Navarro called the exemption a deep swamp scam and contended that delivery services wanted to circumvent Trump's tariffs.
If I recall, I saw something today where Navarro went off on that, by the way. He was quite vocal about what Congress is attempting to do, the workaround.
Really?
Yeah, I saw something, and don't ask me where. That was, God, it could have been yesterday for all I know. I have no idea what day it is. But what I'm getting at is if Congress is trying to rework it, Congress was directly benefiting. Right?
How?
That's the $1 million question.
Collectively or independently, individually?
People in Congress, somebody in Congress.
Okay, so I was going to say.
We're benefiting.
Okay, that's interesting.
That's the first thing I thought of when I saw the article. If they're trying to come up with another name to keep it going, there's a reason they're doing that.
Okay.
Somebody's benefiting, and it isn't you and I.
Definitely not you and I. But I also find it hard to believe that just one or even a few people will benefit from something like that because they're going to get out of Congress eventually, and that thing is still going to, that loophole is still going to exist.
They don't care about when they leave. They don't give a rip about what their policy impact is. Beautiful black sky thinking. Remember when Flynn said that?
No.
Do you know what that means?
No.
It considers, it's used in military planning. It's a big change management term. When you're thinking of the impact of a decision you make today, 100 years from now, it forces you to consider everything, right? The most existential things that could go wrong. Nobody goes more than a year anymore. In fact, a lot of change management barely hits a 5-year threshold.
Oh.
People don't care about the long-term outcome of their decisions. Why? Because they're not going to be here. It's one of the most selfish things I could think of, especially if you're in a legislative body whose mandate is to give a shit.
Well, then the rest of Congress would know about it. At least one person within Congress who has principles.
If it ever gets out of committee. It hasn't. They're working on a workaround according to that article, but I couldn't find a bill that's been introduced.
All right. I want to show you something. I want to show everybody something because this is a great discussion. No, don't be scared. It's a great discussion.
Oh, I love Maria Bartiromo.
I know, I do too. What is this one about?
What? Somebody called her a domestic terrorist?
Maria, you are a domestic terrorist.
Of course, it would be him. Is he joking?
No. That's not what I want to do, though. What I want to do is I want to bring you over here to this. Fighter pilot revealing the next generation of war.
Oh,
yes.
104. You said 1 o'clock. Yes. I can't wait to see this.
Yes. So this is Max Afterburner, guys, and it is a great account on YouTube. I think he is, again, very principled, very genuine, and I look for those characteristics in people. If I'm being honest, a large reason why I think a lot of people, look for content and trusted content is they look for people who they trust their character judging skills, right? Or character judging abilities. And I have Winston Marshall. I think he has become a genuinely a good interviewer who has a genuine interest in discovering of the truth as well. But I think he also simultaneously realizes that there is corruption in mainstream tier 4 media and wants to do it in a respectable manner. So I like this. So let's check this out and we'll discuss it, shall we? Before we do, let me just say some thank yous. I think we got a few thank yous. What's going on? This lady has entire Sean Lee Thong's collection. I'm sorry, what's going on? Thank you for the cookie. And with another cookie says Zinny the Pooh. With what's going on's cookie. No thanks, Joe. With a cookie says thank you, night crew, for always delivering a good nightcap. Appreciate the continued consistent work. God bless and be safe. All prayers, Sean. Oh, thank you so much. No thanks, Joe. Much appreciative, friend. Highway Dog with a cookie says a person's relationship with God is personal. If you don't know God yourself, nothing anyone tells you about God matters. Ooh, well said, Highway Dog. God is real, and he will reveal himself to you if you ask him. It is written. That has been one of the most.
I'm just going to point out, he also knocks at your door. You need to answer it, but he's constantly throwing you God winks where you have to actually say, yes, who's there?
Coming from somebody who's didn't grow up with that, I got to tell you.
You know the God winks.
It was a spiritual gut punch when I realized that.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you got to know who this is coming from.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I can only imagine the immense thing you felt to recognize.
I was like a deer in headlights.
That your Father in heaven cared so much for you that he kept winking. The fact that you mattered, you, an insignificant nobody, mattered. I know that's how I felt. To have, I was always, when I was growing up, I was not the most popular kid. I was always a day late and $1 behind, right? Everybody was a little bit faster than I was. So when I got my first set of God winks, and I've had quite a few over my lifetime, but when I got my first set of God winks, the thought that because I didn't have a strong father figure, the thought that there was this father in heaven that loved me, a nobody, insignificant nobody, so much that he kept giving me these winks regular over and over and over again. It brought me to my knees.
Yeah, for somebody who didn't have it in my life growing up, to see it in my to start seeing it in my late 30s, it shocked me to my core. Like I'm trying not to be like overly hyperbolic about it but I don't know if I can, because it was that much of a turning point for me. It was that much of a...
It was for me too. And I grew up...
If people only knew how angry I was as a child.
Me too!
Oh my gosh, like I was uncontrollable. You could not control me. You could not... And I was like that too. I was just resistant to everything. You could not get through to me.
I grew up a cradle Catholic. I was born and raised in it. My grandmother was my religious ed teacher. The priest was at our house every weekend for dinner. I grew up in the construct. And some things happened that were foundational for me in a negative way. And I played the game, but I didn't feel a thing until I hit my late teens, early 20s. Then all of a sudden, there's this constant knocking at my door, and it started out as little things, but there were some pretty consequential God winks that when I finally put it all together, it was like, wow. I was overwhelmed with that feeling, and I can't even explain that feeling.
No,
of actually mattering to somebody.
Because it took me, who growing up and into my 30s, I was afraid of death. For instance, this is a perfect example of a God wink. And for me, I was afraid of dying. I was very fearful of it. It would keep me up at night when I was younger. But the results of discovering God, I don't think I have the relationship where I'd like it to be.
I don't think any of us can actually say we have that relationship. We have varying degrees of it, but we always want more, need more, right?
But I will say it gave me an odd comfort, like a relaxing, an accepted myself. I accepted fate, accepted all sorts of things, things that were out of my control, and realized that I can only control myself and how I respond. That will only contribute to a desired outcome. That's it. You can also manipulate, but that's evil. You can't control. You cannot control.
I'm not, and I think the thing for me was I don't have to. You know, I was a 70s. My adult formative years were in the 70s, right? Where Anjali, you can bring home the bacon, fry it up in the pan, and never let you forget you're a man. The sign being, as a woman, you could do everything, and that was a foundational thing. And then I finally realized, I can't do everything, and it's okay. I don't have to control everything to keep it all together. It's okay if things fall apart. When that came, and that was in my 30s, when that came to me, I felt freer. And I felt, and my relationship with God got stronger as a result.
100%. And thank you, Crystal, for a cookie, and Highway Dog also with another cookie. Consider this: if you had been the only sinner, Yeshua would have went to the cross just for you.
That was an overwhelming thought when that hit me.
Ooh.
It really was. The fact that I mattered to that point. I used to make a joke of it. That God doesn't see me worthy to listen to my prayers, and I would make a joke out of, God didn't have time for my prayers today. That gets back to
needlessly being hard on yourselves, which I can't stand when people do that.
And you always yell at me for doing the same thing.
Yeah, stop being hard on yourself. We're not perfect.
But when it hit me, like I said, when it hit me that I actually do matter, because I never felt that, it was an amazing. It was like, wow.
The first thing I felt was guilt first thing I felt was guilt and shame because, well, for instance, I covered in tattoos, like from head to toe, literally all over. And I'm like, all right, well, more prominent when I got a vampire demon skull with a spike going through its head. And I'm like, man, God's really judging me. I'm feeling really judged right now. Right. And then somebody I had with me was like, yeah, but dude, look at what you exemplify. It's like you got a demon skull in your hand with a spike, like you're
slaying dragons, right?
You're right. You're slaying demons, man. It's like you're a demon slayer. This is great. That's a great thing, right? I'm like, all right, I feel better about it now.
If you sat down and did an accounting of all of your different tattoos, you're going to find that it was your inner child reaching out.
Oh, 100%. I got a spider and a spider web, big spider web on my leg.
It's your inner
and
child.
I can't stand spiders. That was my attempt to, what do they call that? Oh shit, it's called something. Behavioral therapy. Cognitive behavioral therapy.
You're right.
Where you face your fears or something like that. Anyways, I digress, and we're gonna do the this Winston Marshall.
Yeah, we're way off track
it's all
here.
right.
Winston Marshall isn't talking about that.
It's all right. It's all right. That's how we do it.
And I love the cock. Thanking you.
Yeah. Anyways, all right, here we go. Next generation of warfare, guys. This is a really interesting conversation. I think you guys are gonna all appreciate it.
Max, how has the Iran war changed modern warfare?
Well, Winston, that's a great question, and we could take that so many different places. I think
gonna have a smoke. I'll be right back. Let this cook.
Most insane part of what's going on right now is it's hard to understand what's happening behind the scenes with the Iranian leadership. And so we're kind of in a situation where it's warfare, not just against a hard military power, but against a pseudo mafia style regime that operates like organized crime. And so that's not something that we've really seen before. I mean, in certain ways in Iraq and Afghanistan, there were elements of that, but this is the varsity level. This is the final boss of a mafia style regime that also has a real military. So, I studied Iran for years behind closed doors, vaults for the U.S. military. And so on my channel, some of the things I do is I take the unclassified side of that and try to just help people understand how hard this problem is. And Iran's gotten really strong. Like, let's not, mince words here. They've gotten really strong over the years, and they've built up a massive force of ballistic missiles and drones. And the drones thing is kind of new-ish, right? We've kind of see it emerge from Ukraine and Russia. But Iran is so tight with Russia that it's no surprise that they've really built their drone arsenal. So it's really changed things. So it's a tough problem, but I think there's a solution. It's just going to take a while.
Yeah, I'm interested in this tech side of things. I've sort of understood the Ukraine war as the drone war and the massive development changes in drones. But the way I've seen the Iran war is actually the advance of AI used by both sides.
Sure.
I wonder what your understanding of how AI has changed in this warfare.
So I think that's huge. I think we've seen a big shift and a big change. And I think any weapon moving forward is going to have an AI brain involved in it if it has chance of success, because in a lot of these situations there's jamming, like GPS jamming, the things that were relied on in the past where there could be an operator in the link, those are being affected on a massive level now. So you have to have autonomous systems that can go out and still find the target, like if say jamming happens or a link is lost. And the modern battlefield with all these different electronic warfare techniques happening, if you don't have an AI brain in a lot of these systems, it's just not going to hit the target. There's actually a cool change that just happened to small diameter bombs, which are 250-pound bombs, and we're seeing a lot more of those being used because they reduce collateral damage. And a lot of the IRGC, they're hiding in, they hide under hospitals, they hide in universities, they hide in apartment complexes. So these new bombs have AI integrated into them to help reduce collateral damage, which means civilian damage. So there's modes of these weapons now, and this is new over the last year that they've been integrated for this conflict itself, where you can target them with GPS, but if the GPS fails, they'll automatically target onto AI programming. And this hasn't happened before, but AI programming is not only helping target the enemy in Iran, it's helping to avoid civilian casualties as well. Now, warfare, it's not perfect. There's always, unfortunately, the chance of civilian casualties. But the fact that AI can help with both, target the IRGC better and also avoid targeting civilians unnecessarily, I mean, that's a huge win. So that's what these systems can do. And I think they're very important.
With that in mind, how do we explain earlier in the war the famous example of the school being hit in Iran? I think it was actually in the first week of Epic Fury that there was a school hit, and we're not entirely sure. People are pointing fingers. I've heard Israelis have been blamed, Americans have blamed. Even I've heard some people say the IRGC, it's a false flag and they deliberately did it. But if it was a misfire from the Americans or indeed the Israelis using this sort of AI tech, is that explained by, you still have a percentage failure rate on an AI system?
Well, I think any system is fallible, right? There's always going to be things in systems that aren't perfect when it comes to weapons. But I think in that event itself, I always go back to, well, who has the most to gain out of that event? So I'm not convinced it was the Americans or the Israelis. I think there's still a really strong chance that it was Iran that did that. And it happened within the first, I think, 24 hours of the war kicking off. And the thing that really was highlighted to me, someone sitting there filming it, first of all, they're perfectly positioned to film this exact strike where the Tomahawk supposedly comes in and is an American Tomahawk, supposedly. But the IRGC wins right there. America only loses in that situation. So we hit a school propaganda, like I just was talking about earlier about the propaganda war. That's an immediate loss in the propaganda war. And the U.S. military is well aware that public opinion is trying to be turned against the military and against the conflict. So why take the chance on hitting something that could be a school? So I went back and did a little research on that. That location used to be a headquarters for IRGC, and it had popped back and forth a couple different times over the years. And that's open source information you can find right now. And like I was talking about earlier, the IRGC, I saw this in Afghanistan too. It's a terrorist mindset, not unique to the IRGC. They use women, children, schools, museums, hospitals as human shields because they know that it creates a moral conflict inside Western militaries, and it allows them to protect the higher level members of the IRGC. And that's the whole thing the IRGC is about. They're about regime protection. And so they'll gladly, we saw them murder 52,000. The sources I'm seeing from very trusted sources are 52,000.
52? I heard it was in the tens of thousands, but not that high.
Yeah.
What source is that?
So I can't burn the source exactly, but this is someone with special operations experience who's still very plugged into the community. And then someone that I trust, a former Green Beret that I think is very trustworthy on information like this. So he's told me it's 52,000 is the number, and it's climbing. It's still climbing, right? Because they're still executing people by the week. We're seeing dozens of people be executed, young people, anyone who participated in those events. And so that just shows you, okay, they're going to kill 52,000 of their own people. Them killing 100 girls in a school, that's a Tuesday for them. Like they don't care, but they know that we care. And so they're like, if we can frame the US or Israel is doing this, we just get a propaganda win. And we just kill 100 of our own people? We killed 100 of our own people this afternoon after lunch. We don't care. But it's a different mindset than the West. So I get it why everyone's freaking out about the Tomahawk and the girls' school. It's terrible. I mean, it's a terrible thing. And our brains in the West say 100 girls killed. This is the worst event, in a decade. And I get it. I feel that. But the IRGC doesn't think like us. They'll gladly execute those girls if they get a propaganda victory that makes the U.S. back off or just starts it happened day one. So day one, the IRGC is smart. And again, when it comes to the mafia bosses, the way that their brains work, it's like an organized crime organization that's also very in tune with information operations. Information operations are what the U.S. military, any military on the globe uses to sway public opinion, to change regimes and things like that. And so this regime is going to be very heavily versed in IOs because they're gaslighting their own people every day to stay in power. So they're kind of like CIA spy mindset behind the scenes 24/7. So they're concocting, different COAs, courses of action to try to spin public opinion. That's what they do all day long. It's like CIA mixed with a real military to keep themselves in power because they know ultimately they're a house of cards, they're hollow, but in order to stay in power, they have to kill people and extort their population. It's a way different mindset than any military in the West.
Given that that's how they're operating within Iran on their own people, why isn't there the use of cyber attacks from the American-Israeli alliance against it? Unless there have been, and I just haven't picked it up. But surely that would be something to be targeted.
Yeah, I think so. And I don't know. I know one story about cyber attacks that came from open source information, and I believe it was early on in the war. Mossad was using Iran's own cameras against itself, and they were cyber attacking. I think you've heard about that one, right? Where they were literally tracking the faces of IRGC members throughout the country.
It's how they got the Ayatollah.
Yeah. So I know that's a big part of it. I don't know if anything else has been built off of that. I couldn't imagine there wouldn't be, to just kind of make sure, trust but verify. The nuclear program, for example. Is there something similar being used? But ultimately, the surveillance now is coming from space as well. So space satellites tracking, watching the different nuclear sites. So maybe cyber isn't as needed now that they've kind of shaved off a bit of the leadership. So
I see. And do you have any idea how the Iranians are using AI? And by that, I don't mean in the either cyber attacks or propaganda, but more in their own military arsenal.
Well, clearly they've done something to advance their accuracy of their missiles, their ballistic missiles and their Shahed drones. So, I don't know for sure. This is just me assuming that there's likely some sort of AI integration into their targeting systems. We know that China, Russia have flown in multiple cargo planes, and China and Russia are big on AI in their targeting systems, at least evolving into that. So I couldn't imagine that Iran hasn't integrated some of that technology, especially into their Shahed drones, because I think we've seen a ramp. No one really expected these missiles to be as accurate as they are. And so I just can't imagine it doesn't include AI. But again, that's just a guess.
Right, I see. And there's on the sort of story, the issue of military and missile inventory. One of the big talking points has been American stockpiles and American supplies. The CNN have reported that the US military has exhausted nearly 80% of its THAADs, its thermal high altitude air defense missile interceptors, compared to pre-war levels. Pete Hegseth himself has said it would take months and years, this is a quote, months and years, depending on the weapon system, to replenish pre-war levels. And this isn't that distant from the Center for Strategic and International Studies reports on the depletion of American arsenal. You take a different view, though, right? You have said you don't agree with these reports, even though Hegseth himself has said, it's depleted. What's your side of the argument when it comes to the sort of stockpile replenishment?
Well, I don't agree that we're in a dire situation. So I agree with Secretary of War Hegseth that it's been reduced. I mean, obviously, we've used a lot of our missiles, especially some of the more advanced interceptor missiles. So I believe it has been reduced, but I don't think we're in dire straits by any means. But I think to get people moving, I think you do have to say, hey guys, like we need a lot more of these missiles produced. We use more of these interceptors than we thought we did. But the numbers you're reading right there from CNN, Wall Street Journal, that's coming from that think tank that you just mentioned, right? The Center for International Strategic Studies. So it's coming from a think tank, which again, smart people, but they don't have access and privied access to classified information. So when you're in the US military, you have access to that classified information and you know how much you have. But I think it's smart for Secretary of War Hegseth to say what he's saying. He's like, yeah, we have depleted some, so we need to get the industrial base moving. And you start saying those things prior to there being any problem. So I don't think there's any problem. I think right now you have to start the base moving, get the energy going. And if you just take it as, oh, we're good, we're totally fine, that might not motivate the private sector as much to take this seriously. But the U.S. military is designed to fight two major wars on two fronts. That's how it's designed. And that's how the stockpiles are created. And so, yeah, we're in a situation now where, Ukraine, you could argue that that's another front with Ukraine using interceptor missiles. So that could increase the depletion. So the steps that are being taken right now are very smart. Like Ukraine getting the ability to build Patriots themselves, getting a license from Lockheed Martin to do that. That'll help with this potential problem that would be happening months down the road if we don't do something now. So I view it as speak up now, speak up early before this is a real issue on the battlefield. Right now, it's an issue that we're seeing on spreadsheets where we're not having as much of a stockpile as we did before the war. And you can't ignore that. You got to pay attention to it and start rebuilding. But I think CNN and Wall Street Journal acting like they have all the information, that's what they're going to do. They're operating off the best information they have for the Center for Strategic Studies. But that's not the actual U.S. military numbers, and they'll never actually be able to see those.
The media doesn't just shape what stories you see, it shapes how you see them. And more often than not, the most important bias isn't in the headline, it's in what never gets covered at all. That's why I use Ground News. It lets you compare how the same story is reported across the political spectrum while also showing which stories are being ignored entirely by either the left or the right. One of the features I use most is the blind spot feed, which highlights stories that large sections of the media ecosystem simply aren't talking about, like this story. J.D. Vance says blue state officials could face prison over alleged billion-dollar fraud cases. That's a pretty big story, and yet no coverage. Literally zero came from left-wing outlets. Or this. Zelensky hails 1,000-kilometer deep strikes in Russia as Ukraine's...
Not endorsed. However, I want to get Feisty's take on everything that's been said so far. And there was something that jumped out at me, Feisty, and that was when his discussion about the school that was bombed.
Yeah, because it was already proven. Remember, Anthropic had been declared a national security threat by Hegseth just the day before. Right?
Have we heard? Has anything come out on that since then?
They're still wrangling through the court case. There's stuff that comes out.
All right.
But what the issue was, or has been widely reported, is that it was dead data. Right? It was old
poison data.
Poison data that had lacked the date that it was that data was captured.
Yep.
So it wasn't known that it was old. It wasn't known that it was outdated, and so therefore became a primary target, actionable in the field, and I tend to agree with that thought because every time Trump was asked about it, Hegseth shut him down. Hegseth wouldn't let Trump expound on that, and Trump's comment has always been, "We wouldn't kill like that."
Yep.
But Hegseth has been lips zipped this entire time. So there's more to that story. So I hear what he's saying about the IRGC. I understand what he's saying, but I have serious concerns because I don't know that the other story is not true. It's just so fully you actually declare them a national security threat, and the very next day you got this issue. And then what do we find out? I mean, at that same time, ODAP is completely, the Office of Net Assessments, right? Is completely dismantled, almost completely, which is the piggy bank for dark projects. So, you start going down that rabbit hole and recognize that there is a compromised contingent within the Pentagon. Shocker, who didn't know that? But that contingent group of people potentially put lives at risk, which is another shocker. They don't give a rip about these people, least of all a bunch of kids in a school next to an IRGC site. So, I gotta say, I think he and I would have a good debate on that one.
Yes, I know. That was my first thought.
We would have a good debate.
And an indicator to me that that your analysis about the Anthropic thing, knowingly leaving in poison data, which for anyone just joining us and hasn't heard this, we essentially covered this. if you all remember the time that there was a school, allegedly a school of all girl school that was bombed in Iran right in the beginning of this operation, this Iran operation, and it happened right on the heels of these generals that were purged
right
out of the Pentagon.
And remember the whole when they had that big meeting down at Quantico.
Yes. When Hegseth
and there, all that warning, Trump came to that meeting. Hegseth, and
it was a day or two after that when that happened,
and then we start seeing them dropping like flies.
Yeah. So the indicator to me that I think you hit the nail on the head with that is where's all the coverage on that?
There was no coverage.
No,
that's
I mean,
since
because right after that, it seemed like they were capitalizing on it. They were really trying to haze the Trump administration for that accident.
Of course, they were anti going after Iran, of course, which is, that doesn't surprise me.
But the rhetoric slowed down.
Not only has the rhetoric slowed down, but people are actually being very cautious with what they're saying.
Yeah.
As if there's something
else out there, right? So there's no indicators.
What I'm saying, there's more to this story, and I am less likely to pin it all on the IRGC.
Yeah.
Especially since I know what happened. Remember the plane we took out Soleimani? Remember back in early 2020.
He gets into this discussion too, where he talks about how we have weapons now that are so good and precise at completely minimizing.
Okay, so I should show
lives.
you an old slide that I'll go find it. An old slide that I developed when that happened, because right after that, there was a plane that was shot down by the IRGC. Okay, who was on? We went through my research team and we went through the entire manifest. You know who were on that plane?
Who?
They were all nanoscientists.
Oh, that's right, scientists. I remember this. Okay,
they were all nanoscientists, and they were supposed to go into Ukraine, catch a connecting flight, and they were all headed to Canada.
Oh my gosh, I do remember this.
So
7 out of 10.
And then there's this interesting conversation that happens between Iran's foreign minister and Trump right on Twitter at that time, that exact time. I'm going to go into my files and find it, and I'll send it to you, because when you see that, then you've got to ask yourself a logical question. Who really is the enemy? We know Iran was a proxy. We know that they were compromised. But they were a proxy for somebody with somebody else's money, controlled, right?
Yeah. But we haven't really taken it further from the shadow fleets and whoever was running the shadow fleets, or...
Well, they're pretty much going after Russia and the shadow fleets, but I think people are forgetting that we have so heavily sanctioned Russia that they're relying on those shadow fleets.
That would mean Russia's funding terrorists?
Are they?
I don't see that.
Or is terrorism being funded in their shadow?
Oh, that makes sense. But I would need more sauce. Of course.
Me too. This is why.
Which is not going to be easy.
It's good to have these conversations, but it tells you where I'm thinking, because I see this transnational thing, this blob that seems to be very conveniently left out of all the stories.
Yeah. Other than that, everything so far?
So far this is wonderful.
It gets even better. Zelensky hails so they're talking about Zelensky. Which has been confusing, I think, for a lot of people when we first heard the story about we're now helping Ukraine develop more drones? Huh? Huh?
We're going to work with them on drones.
So this conversation, I
got a dumb question to ask. Has anybody figured out what Zelensky's role has been all this whole time?
No! Not even a little bit.
Okay.
And I'm cautious if somebody thinks they have.
So knowing this guy had a perfect phone call with Trump speaking English, and then suddenly needed a translator since 2022, and is now, he's had a deep dive course in speaking English. He's back to speaking. We haven't figured out that he's playing a role Isn't that interesting?
Almost like it's ultimately going to end up as a big gotcha, bitch.
Yes. Especially when you start looking into what did Putin say his goal was in Ukraine? To denazify.
Denazify, right.
We had our own media put out and laud these individuals in Ukraine fighting for Ukraine wearing Nazi shoulder patches. And nobody caught it, or few did.
Damn, we need to go back and clip that shit then.
I've got a picture of CBS putting out a picture.
We need to go back and clip
I mean,
that
we've
shit.
been talking about this since the beginning. When you're talking about denazifying a group, which started with Bandera, these are the Nazis that were very heavily involved during World War II, but they completely were overlooked when it came to accountability for Nazi activity. And they were more violent than Hitler's Nazis. I mean, ask a Polish person if they know anybody in their family. They'll tell you. They were extremely violent. And when you find out that the Donbass was being exploited by these same Nazi groups, and they're telling you some of the horrific terror that they were living through since 2014, at some point we got to step back and go, maybe I don't know the whole story.
I think it's being honest with yourself if you can admit that. Anyways, all right, let's listen
continue on.
Let's continue.
As the American High Command thought it would be going at the beginning.
Yeah, I'm sure that China's sitting there watching this saying, we want America to use as many missiles as possible. But the problem is what they're actually doing is they're reinvigorating our industrial base, and they're reinvigorating Lockheed Martin and these other companies that maybe haven't been as energetic to rebuild these. So it's actually going to backfire on them in the long run, because ultimately we're going from, I think, 400 or so Tomahawks a year to close to 1 to 2,000 will be the new number that will be produced now. So yeah, China might think that, there's a little moment of less inventory, but that's going to be quickly changed. And I don't see that stopping anytime in the future. So actually that'll hurt China if they try to take Taiwan in 2027, because by 2027, that's when we'll be in the 1,000 to 2,000 per year production number for these weapons. So China knows that too. So while China might feel for a few months we have less weapons, ultimately it's going to backfire. And I think when you said, the U.S. High Command not thinking this war is going exactly as it should, well, yeah, I mean, it would be nice if things were happening faster. But I think the problem we're seeing is that Iran got really, really strong. And that's what happens when you ignore a problem. So for decades, instead of doing what we're doing right now to Iran, even though we knew they were a real problem, there wasn't an administration that had a backbone to take action. So some of the things that I like to say, I even talk about it in my book, Take Command, is just because something's hard doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. If you're fighting against evil and it's hard, oh, this is too hard, maybe we shouldn't do this. Well, that's what has been said about Iran for decades. And now look how strong they got. So this is what happens when you avoid a problem. But what this administration is doing is they're standing up to a regime that has said death to America, death to Israel. And they have a religious extremist who's at the top, who's taken $500 million a day and billions of dollars, by the way, from past administrations in the U.S. and built thousands of ballistic missiles and thousands of drones. So this problem has been happening on the watch of the world for decades. So when someone comes along and it becomes really hard, I know public sentiment is like, oh, this isn't happening in a week. Well, yeah, I mean, this problem didn't get created in a week either. And so it's a mindset that I'm trying to get across in my book of just because something's hard doesn't mean that you just sit back and watch and you become a passenger, because when things like that are allowed to continue, the cancer festers, then it's a lot harder to root out if you don't take care of the problem right now.
Yeah. So, Max, you and I will probably be on the same page on this. It's an evil regime in Iran. This has been the fault of various regimes in the West, letting it happen over the times. Deals like the JCPOA under the Obama administration, which have just allowed the Iranians to enrich themselves, and along the same time they've been enriching uranium, and it's a problem. These people aren't to be trusted. You and I agree on that. But the issue isn't the moral justification, or even where it's legal. I'm sure we'd also probably agree that it's a legal war. I would make that case happily. The problem is, we're in this war. Is it a war that can actually be won? I think it's a stretch to say America are losing this war, given how massively degraded the Iranians are and will continue to be. But could it be that this is an unwinnable war? This is a sort of stalemate. Can America actually win this war if the regime stays and if nuclear capabilities and rich uranium remains? Is that's not a war won? I mean, I won't say America have lost it, but is that just inevitable stalemate?
Well, I think we're seeing right now the tit for tat back and forth, right? And this is the principle of warfare we're entering, even in the art of war, where it talks about give your enemy an off ramp. So I think you're seeing an administration that doesn't want an endless war. So does that mean that it's going to drag on a little bit longer with this tit for tat? Probably. There might not be some clear victory signal in the next few weeks or next few months, but I don't think that means that this was all for naught. I think it means that this regime has been put on notice. They've now systematically lost their main part of their military. And so they know that there's a check and balance to them in the world. So I get it. A couple guys on an island in the Strait of Hormuz with $10,000 worth of drones can, pressure the international waterway. That's just the truth. And that's the world that we live in right now. So I don't think it's going to be a problem that is just solved overnight. I think it'll be the free flow of energy is already there, not as much as it was before. I'll admit that, as before the war, but we're seeing the energy start to flow through the strait. So I think once we get the energy fully flowing through the strait, some sort of a deal's made, whether the regime stays in power or not. We know that a few of the leaders have been eliminated. I think they know, they've been put on notice that there's a check and balance to them in the world now. And to me, that's a win. I think you got to prevent a nuclear conflict from happening. That's what I think you have to have happen. And I think now with their main nuclear sites being struck, and then the pressure that will do it again, the credible threat that will do it again, not just what happened in 2025, but that now other sites are being struck. You're losing your IRGC headquarters. There's consequences to what you're doing. It's not going to look like a Venezuela. It's not going to be that clean cut, 2 hours and the operation's done. But this regime now is going to sit back and think before they make some of the moves that they've made before with impunity. And to me, that's a win. At least it's a win if we don't want an endless war. If America had the appetite to just go, balls to the wall for 2 years and just absolutely crush the IRGC, and we had a different mindset where we were willing to accept more civilian casualties, we could probably have more of a definite end to the war. But I don't think endless wars are the answer either. I think you got to give your enemy off ramps continually. That's just a principle from the art of war that we're seeing play out. And it's boring to some people in a way, because you don't want to watch a soccer game where it's just one team scores a goal, and then it just stops and it's boring for a while. I mean, I get it. People want a definite end to this, but it's going to look different than Venezuela.
I think it would be easier to
thinks it's going to look different than Venezuela. Yes, well, that's for sure. It already is. It already was. Any other thoughts on Iran not backing down?
Again, my comment, I'm not so sure, given who's being sanctioned, I'm not so sure that it's Iran not backing down. I think it's all the proxies that were previously funded with money from all over the world.
Right. Yeah.
So we're talking loan guarantees, we're talking pallets of cash. It goes back that far. We're talking the $6 billion under Biden, right? We're sending boatloads of money into Iran, and that money was used by the IRGC to fund the proxy groups, which was interesting because if you recall, Trump just had the Iraqi president, right?
Yes. Yep.
Why was he doing it? Because there was already news out that the IRGC aligned proxies in Iraq were arming up and preparing to go in to support Iran. And then within 3 or 4 days of that news coming out, Trump has the Iraqi president in the Oval Office. And in fact, I put, when that came up in my chat room, I put in woodshed time, because there has to be a concerted effort to take that group down. And I think that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with these previously funded, well-funded groups that are being used as sleepers, and as one goes down, another comes up, right? Which is why it's taking so long. But look at what's going on OFAC, and look at who's being sanctioned. It's not Iranians per se. These are the people that have been illicitly moving goods and money. Remember, I showed you proof several months ago that predominantly one, but 3 illicit networks run by 3 different families controlled over 50% of the Iranian economy.
Holy cow.
So in other words, they pulled a lot of sway. Which is, I mean, it makes it near impossible for Iran to back down from them. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. And this is interesting, too. Jax just brought it to my attention. I saw this earlier. He asked, did you see that one of the ammo companies supplying Ukraine and Rome exploded today? I did see that. I don't know.
One of the ammo?
Yeah. One of the ammo suppliers, production companies supplying Ukraine and Rome just exploded today. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe, just maybe, that's the globalists, or the globalist kind of, I don't know, taken down.
I think there's when the full story of Ukraine comes out, and American population is largely out of the loop on what's been going on there since 2012, 13. And when you start to put that story together and recognize what you're watching today in Ukraine is something a lot deeper.
Yep, agreed.
Right? I think even a lot of people who laughed at the Ukrainian flags on people's profiles will actually step back and go, wait, well, I can support the Ukrainian people.
Yes, of course. Just like we support the Iranian people.
Right.
I know so many good Iranians. I don't know any good Ukrainians myself, but but yeah, you're right. Anyways, let's continue.
Take that argument if Iran seemed to actually want to end the war now. So you're talking about what is a mowing of the lawn, which there's some value to that. But it's also the case that these people are ideologues. They hate the West. The whole foundation of their ideology is founded in being anti-Western and anti-American, anti-Israel. The idea that they're going to think twice, well, we'd have thought that, but they continue to enrich uranium. In fact, now, so many of the high command have been killed, they might actually feel even more anti-American, even more anti-Israel, even more anti-Western. And the lesson is, if you don't get nukes quick, this happens. Because if they had nukes, maybe there's a whole set of other lessons that they might well learn.
Sure. Well, the principle, and thank you for saying the mow the lawn, because that triggered a principle in my mind that I learned in some of these different military schools I went to, and it's called retrenchment. So retrenchment, it means that you're going to meet with stalemates. And these are papers that have been written by officers in the U.S. military during the Iraq and Afghanistan times when we weren't doing the retrenchment strategy. We were doing the 20-year put our fighting positions in very unstrategic places and try to draw the enemy out, which caused thousands of U.S. service members to be maimed and killed, right? Very terrible strategy. So whether the mullahs in Iran want to continue to enrich uranium or not, now all these different assets, all the different AI, cyber means to detect their leadership, to detect the IRGC, detect killings of their own people, I think they know they're being watched. And that is a retrenchment strategy where we're not doing an invasion, but we're going in and striking. So I know your argument there of, well, they're going to want nuclear weapons even more now. Well, that's probably true. But what's also true is that they're going to be struck even harder when they try to enrich it or they try to hide it because of the systems and technologies that are being focused on Iran itself, on those exact sites it's really hard to hide a uranium centrifuge, right? Transporting that is going to be relatively easy to detect. And so I would be, if I was someone in Iran that had uranium in my garage right now, I wouldn't be sleeping very well at night because it's going to go away really quick.
Right. So you've been talking about what a ground invasion might look like. Before I ask you that exact question, why is it that you're now talking about a ground invasion? What are the benefits? What would be the point in a ground invasion, particularly given the alarm bells that would ring amongst so many people unhappy with the quote unquote forever wars, Afghanistan and Iraq, and what had happened before in your country, in America?
Yeah, great question. So I started to study history a little bit more throughout this and learn myself about what is history and ground invasions. What have those done? What have they been used for? If you look at World War II, so obviously the US dropped nuclear bombs on Japan. What was also lesser known, maybe people don't talk about as much, was the massive amount of US forces sitting off the coast of Japan just while those bombs were hitting, right? A massive invasion force was sitting on the coast of Japan. So why did Japan surrender? Well, they surrendered not only because the nuclear bombs dropped, they surrendered because there was a credible threat of an invasion and a credible threat of them losing their entire fiefdom if they didn't make a change or shift. If they wanted any chance of having any stronghold on the country anymore, they were going to have to bend to the US's demands. And in my opinion, this is just my opinion from friends I've talked to, people that have been in the military with me, the credible threat of an invasion is a reason for a regime to change, potentially. But even with, you could argue, and I get this argument, with this type of Islamic extremism, that might not even do the trick. But what I think is important is that there's all facets of warfare are on the table for Iran, and I've kind of come around to shift to that. But the one thing I'll note, and you can see it in my videos, is I don't think a U.S. ground invasion is the answer. I think we've tried that in Iraq and Afghanistan. I think there's other options. There's other ways to do it. The POTUS has said there's other people that would do that for us without any, that's probably highly classified of who that would be, how that would look. But I think the credible threat of a ground invasion is there. I think it can happen. Now, is it on the level with the Kurds or some of these other groups that can actually turn the needle? Maybe not yet, but as that starts to gain steam, one of the things I want your viewers to think about is thinking differently than, these old school modes of warfare. Iraq, Afghanistan, endless wars, no, but is there a third option here where it is the Kurds, but maybe it's teamed up with another group and maybe there's air power that's supplied by the West? So there's different options, I think, that aren't a full-scale ground invasion from the U.S. military that could still prove a credible threat. Now, is that going to make the regime bend? I don't know.
Right, but that is boots on the ground, even if it's a small group of special forces,
sure.
Possibly. Yeah. But in what circumstances do you think that might happen? And to what aim? Is it because that's what needs to be done to get rid of nuclear enrichment? Or is it because, or is it to finally decapitate the regime? I mean, when I say it's already been decapitated, but,
yes,
take it down, properly take it down.
Yeah, I think maybe aspects of both. And I get what you're getting at here. Mission creep isn't good either. Some endless, ambiguous objective shouldn't be the goal. So the Strait of Hormuz and nuclear weapons, to me, those are the two big things. So I'm a big proponent of what the U.S. military is doing in the Strait of Hormuz right now, being that counterbalance and incredibly opening the strait and allowing 1,000+ ships to flow through during the conflict so far. So I think that's important. Now, how could a ground invasion help with those two things? I think if you distract a country, let's say you start to free a town in a certain section, one free rebel town is going to be a very distracting situation for Iran, especially if it's their own people. And that's going to take their eye off the ball when it comes to the nuclear program, the Strait of Hormuz, and probably all of their assets right away would be focused on that one area. So if you can create that stronghold, it just creates a massive distraction and a credible threat of the regime actually falling. And that to me takes care of multiple different things. So that will keep them from having the energy or the focus on the nuclear program and the Strait of Hormuz to some extent, not fully. But I think that is going to be a distracting moment for the regime where they start to think, oh no, there could be an uprising of our own people. And this is the moment we've been trying to prevent this whole 40 plus years that we've been in power. That's what, when I look at their tactic and strategy, what they're doing with their people, with the gaslighting, their whole goal is to keep another uprising from happening. And then God forbid, in their mind, an armed.
You agree? I see you nodding your head. You agree?
I agree with that. The goal is to keep an uprising. But he also said something else that's really important. He talked about staying true to the mission so you don't have mission creep.
Yep.
This is why Trump says ad nauseum, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. He's telling you what the mission is. He's telling you straight out what the mission is.
And it's not really Iran.
Well,
right.
It is in Iran, but what he's saying, and people are thinking of a nuclear bomb, but it goes deeper than that. He's saying we've got to get rid of the seeds that would create that condition.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So when we're talking about these endless little attacks, we want to make a deal, and then 3 days later, Trump says, okay, we'll stand down, then there's a bomb.
Yeah.
What they're doing is they're trying to drag this out and use it as,
the
against
enemy?
Trump. Well, they're trying to use it against Trump.
Yeah.
They're supporting the communists here. But they're, by using it against Trump, they're hoping to get it to the election for that reason. And Trump's got one goal, and that is it's not just the peace deal, but he needs to make sure that if we're going to have lasting peace, that these kinds of enclaves are taken care of. So every time they try to extend the due date or whatever, we find out more, and almost in the same time, we see more sanctions.
That's right.
So every time they speak up,
Moves
they
and
put a
counter
target
moves.
on themselves.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, moves and counter moves. And yeah, Jax, I think the enemy in this scenario is thinking they can play the clock, but
Yes.
I somehow don't think
But
they
he
can.
also talked about boots on the ground. I really don't see that happening.
Yeah.
We don't need to. We've got control of the sky and the water in Iran. Why do we need boots on the ground? If you're already controlling that kind of a threat environment,
right?
You don't need to add boots.
You don't need,
which would increase the risk, right? Because you're putting your own people there.
You can use other countries, other nations. You can use other
and he's doing
armies,
that.
militaries to achieve that if you wanted, right?
Which is already happening. We've already seen Jordan, Saudi Arabia,
And this
the
is
like.
the different kind of warfare that
It's
we have
asymmetrical,
today.
so-
Yeah.
Yeah, we're used to we're a long way from redcoats standing in a line in a
Which
field, right?
automatically puts us at an advantage above most every other country. The fact that we can even have that kind of warfare in the first
Which
place.
is why I brought up the redcoats, because what was the issue for the redcoats? We were fighting like animals from the trees, right?
yeah.
We've always thought creatively.
Or lining up in a straight line and being meat
So
targets.
they did a gentleman's war, and we're saying, oh no.
Those days are
So
over.
we always think creatively how to be on the same level as our enemy, right?
Yeah.
That thinking, that military planning that goes behind that has been amazing because it served us well on one hand, and I'm not dismissing the whole perpetual war thing, but I'm saying we've saved lives because of the way we actually face war. So
Interesting.
you gotta pull that one apart as well. But are we gonna put boots on the ground? I seriously don't see that.
I don't see it either. I dropped you a link in the. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said, oh, I can't wait to talk about
good.
that.
We'll talk about it after. Great.
Right.
Rising happening. So that's why I've been
Actually, we won't have time, but that's all right.
big fan of
It's getting there.
arming the free people of Iran. And just, this is just me. This is just my opinion. I have no insider information on this at all. But if you dropped 100,000 handguns in Iran and you did it in dispersed locations, and you were able to arm certain people specifically in a town of your choosing and really focus in, hammer in on that town, now what you create is a situation where the IRGC doesn't know who has a gun. And this is what they've avoided. And this is why they've collected all the guns throughout the country.
And it keeps them busy.
Now, they're going to get a hold of some of those guns, obviously, right? The IRGC will get a hold of some of those guns, but they've already got guns. So, like, what do we really lose by getting 100,000 handguns into that country? And now when these IRGC death squads go to shoot a family that has a Starlink up, a couple of them are going to take hits, and then that's going to get said throughout the IRGC. And this is how you form a rebellion. This is how you start the cracks and the fractures of the regime itself. And I think a part of it, and this isn't an official statement from the U.S., none of the things I'm saying are an official statement from the Department of War, obviously. And I haven't heard the Department of War say this. This is just coming from me, Max Afterburner. I've got a lot of friends that are Iranian. I don't know why. My childhood friend, Layla, was Iranian. My best friend now, Cameron, his family escaped after the fall in 1979, and multiple members of his family were murdered by the regime. But his dad made it out, was smuggled through the Turkish mountains, and we've become friends. And the thing I see is how talented the Iranian people are. There's really special people. They're really incredibly intelligent, business savvy, love family. But what happened to them is they've been totally hijacked. And so we saw at the beginning of this conflict, this is kind of like the emotional thing I saw, was our country, United States, Canada, totally Germany, other nations around the globe were demanding a regime change because of the protesters that were being systematically murdered, thousands of them before the conflict even kicked off during the riots that we saw. I believe they started in November or December of 2025. So if we go back to those moments, I know it's hard to, it seems like a while ago, but I can remember seeing in LA 500,000 people with big signs saying help is on the way, President Trump's quote, and they were being interviewed on the street, these Iranians, these free Iranian people who made it to the United States, just hoping that their country would be free one day. Now, I don't think that's the best strategy for the U.S. military to put on the board of objectives to achieve. But do I think long-term that would be good for the world? Yeah. And do I talk about things on my channel that I think could probably help create that? Yeah, because the humanitarian loss of having Iran under the control of the IRGC is terrible. Now, is the juice worth the squeeze to try to root out that cancer? Is it possible? That's what we're debating here today. But I don't think there's anyone on the globe, rewind 5 months, that thought the IRGC should stay in control. But now that it's gotten a little harder, it's hard to remember back to that regime that's running over hundreds of their own people at a time with SWAT trucks. And that's something that I think was pulling on the heartstrings of the world.
Yeah. I mean, one of the difficult things is it's not clear where we can identify leaders of rebel groups. Apart from Reza Pahlavi, who's in DC or in the States somewhere.
True.
And maybe that's just because of how totalitarian and effective the Iranian regime has been for so long. But it's certainly a creative idea, dropping ammunition and guns. I haven't heard that before. So yeah, maybe that.
Well,
maybe
I got a pilot's license and a Cessna 210. What are you doing tomorrow? Let's make this happen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll meet you in. I don't know where we'd meet.
Dubai.
So Dubai. So I want to ask about Karg Island, because this is something you've also talked about, and if this is a sort of another important center of power for the Iranians, because of this is basically where their sort of economy is basically based off this island, because it's where the oil refineries are and how they're processing their energy there. So is there what would a sort of takeover of Karg Island look like? It seems to me that there'd be trade-offs. The trade-off being that if oil is disrupted, global oil prices will go up again, which goes against what the people in DC would want, and it would go against American interests. On the other hand, is this a way of forcing the hand of the Iranians?
So right now, the blockade is in place, and so they're kind of achieving the overtake of Karg Island without having to put a boot on the ground of Karg Island. because and I'm not sure about the pipelines that flow into it. I'm sure there's a plan for that. I haven't seen that released in any open source areas, but the tankers themselves, which carry far more than the pipelines would that go in and out of Karg Island, are effectively completely shut off. So Karg Island's shut down in a lot of ways right now. But if you think about the overtake of Karg Island, something that I saw the other day was, okay, and I want to think differently, right? I don't want to do things that have been done before and maybe would put U.S. troops in harm unnecessarily. But in Ukraine, they're actually using drone boats. They're driving these drone boats onto Crimea and unloading these little mini robot tanks with 50 caliber guns on it. So if we want to shut down Karg Island in a hard way, like without the blockade being kind of the soft closure without having to put any boots on the ground, why don't we think innovatively and get, a couple hundred of these drone boats with these 50 caliber mini tanks, drive them onto the beaches of Karg Island, drive them in and through the different oil tanks, the headquarters, and the places where the IRGC is hiding, and effectively just make it an unfeasible place for the IRGC to operate or for the oil to operate and flow. Because the problem with putting troops there is Iran's going to throw every last thing they have at that. They'll gladly blow up that island if they knew that they were causing propaganda wins, killing U.S. troops, causing dissent here at home in the United States. So I want to think creatively about that. Ukraine's using them in Crimea. Why don't we use them on Karg Island instead of troops?
Okay. I want to ask now a more personal question, which is about your experience as a pilot. So, as you already said, I wondered how drone warfare affects the pilot. So, from a point of view, drones were, when you were serving, was it the beginning of drones, or was it had not quite come about? Right, this is more recent that the drones have become the significant part of warfare. How does it affect the man when you're in the cockpit and decisions you make and how you fly and the kind of tech you're using? What's the difference?
Yeah, so drones were very much a part of my military career, but it wasn't the kamikaze drone. So the evolution of the kamikaze drone has been a new thing. I left the military active duty. I'm still in right now in the reserves, but active duty I left in 2018. And MQ-9s, these different surveillance drones, these armed drones were a big part of it. So we would team up with that. When I was flying combat missions in Afghanistan, it was rare that I wasn't teamed up with a drone on a particular mission, especially the high value targeting missions where you're teamed up with SEAL teams, Delta Force, and teams like that, where you need to know exactly what's going on all around the battlefield. So those drones were very helpful then. But now this evolution that I'm seeing, it actually got foreshadowed to me, Winston, when I was in pilot training. When you're a fighter pilot, you're about to be a fighter pilot in the U.S. Air Force. You are going through a very intensive 1-year program to become a fighter pilot. And then they bring in the different pilots that have succeeded in the F-22, the F-35, F-15, F-16. And they came in and they did a talk to us because they want to tell us about the mission, about the culture, where do we fit in. But then at the end, there was somebody from DARPA. And this person didn't have a jet. The other folks had a jet behind them in a big slideshow, like F-22. This person just had DARPA behind them on the slideshow. And let's see if I get the acronym right. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, right? For those of the viewers that don't know. I love acronyms. So that's the place where you're studying new and evolved warfare tech. And a lot of it doesn't get released. Some of it does, some of it doesn't. And then some of it finds its way into advanced fighters and different aircraft. And he said, you know what? All these jets that you guys just heard about today, this is great, but I want to show you something that can beat all of them. And then he clicked a slide and it was a sim cockpit, 360-degree sim cockpit. And he said, this is the future fighter jet that one of you might fly one day. And it was a cockpit that had great visuals. It had weapon systems and switches. And that to me was now coming full circle, seeing these new advanced drones that can possibly pull 20, 30 Gs, but they still have an operator behind the scenes. And I think that's just the future of warfare. So I think it's going to shift and change. Will Top Gun Maverick 3 have a drone operator as the star? I don't think we're quite there yet, but eventually I do see I see it. Even though my fighter pilot ego wants to say, no, we need more F-22s. Like, yeah, I love it. I love fighter aviation. But then if I want to think about, okay, well, why does our military actually exist? It's not for me to look cool on camera and play volleyball, even though that is really cool, in Top Gun. That's not why our military exists. And I think we have to be honest with ourselves. Our military exists to protect freedom and to keep our aviators and our pilots safe and our military safe. And so if we're putting manned fighters up against a country that has extremely advanced drones that can do, wild things to a fighter jet, that's just falling on your sword, and it's not smart. So I do see the advantage. Do I wish there was more of a horizon for manned fighters? Yeah. I'm glad the F-47, the new advanced fighter, does seem to have a pilot in the cockpit, at least part-time. But I think at some point, the best fighter pilots are going to be sitting in those sim cockpits that DARPA guy showed me, and they're going to be flying 20, 30G dogfights. And that's going to be a game changer.
Elon Musk, on this topic, tweeted, and this is actually, I think, about 18 months ago, that he tweeted a video of drones, and they were doing some amazing formation stuff. It might even have been Chinese drones, but he tweeted, meanwhile, some idiots are still building manned fighter jets like the F-35. So he seems to be of the opinion that actually it is just going to be drone warfare, and I imagine combined with AI, that's more and more where it's going. Yeah. So is that really where the energy's going then?
I think so, right? And every time I mean, Elon's amazing. He's a genius. And every time I see him post something like that, I'm like, oh yeah, his brain is 100 years ahead minimum of everybody right now. And I think he's spot on. I think at some point you'll go back and read that tweet. Maybe it'll be 40, 50 years from now. And you'll say, oh yeah, like these guys that tried to fly in these manned fighters in this conflict got absolutely like decimated in minute one. Elon foreshadowed that 50 years ago. So I think we're headed that direction. I don't think we're quite there yet. Just having the human in the loop right now with jets like the F-35, the decision making that you can do, I don't think AI is to the level of what a human can do. And especially when you're, operating with, let's say, nuclear weapons, even just big weapons that can destroy something that's a civilian or a friendly, if it's dropped in the wrong spot, you have to have a human in the loop. I think still, I don't think AI is quite good enough. Maybe a system loses link to a human. You have to have a human somewhere in the link. And that's why even in Afghanistan with these armed drones flying around, we always made sure that we had AMRAAMs and AIM-9Xs for certain events. Like Iran could have flown fighters in there, which I did get tasked to intercept Iranian fighters, but we could save that story later. But we carried missiles too to shoot down our own drones if they lost link, because sometimes that happens and you don't want those drones, they're flying into the wrong place. So I think there's still some unknowns with drones that you still need a fighter in the loop. But I think what Elon's saying is it's just a matter of time.
What was the Iranian story you were just alluding to there? Yeah,
so I had a mission in Afghanistan where this was kind of the foreshadowing to me that Iran was going to be a real problem. Well, I mean, there's multiple things. Like a lot of the teams that we would take out that were along the Iran-Pakistan border were Iranian-funded teams. Sometimes they were Quds Force teams themselves. Chechen rebels mixed with Iranians. I mean, it was all Iran proxy warfare that we were fighting against in Afghanistan a lot of the time. So that was a part of the canary in the coal mine for me. And then the second one was I flew a combat mission, and we flew through the night, and the sun was coming up, and we were starting to return to base. And we're armed with air-to-ground munitions and air-to-air munitions, like I was hinting at before. AIM-120 AMRAAMs, AIM-9Xs, and we get a tasking from higher headquarters. Their call sign's Pyramid, and we get a Pyramid Directs. Pyramid Directs means there's a general at the top who's like, hey, this is a very important mission. Drop everything you're doing and go here. And the screens are really cool. It basically gives you a little mini text message with a line going to your target. So we get that right away. Boom, text comes in. And usually that would be a ground target. I've seen that before, but it was a ground target. There was a Quds Force team or some terror team found on the ground that we needed to go strike right away in conjunction with special forces. But today it was an airborne track, and it shows up as a little Dorito on your scope, a little Dorito-shaped triangle that's red. And so that came as a really surprise to me. I'm the flight lead, so I immediately snapped my formation, and it's coming from Iran. It's a track that is inside of Iran flying towards Afghanistan. And that hadn't been seen before at that time. I don't know what they were doing. Were they testing our resolve, testing our defenses, trying to test their radars against us? Either way, we were tasked to shoot them down. And so we immediately turn, we plug into max afterburner, we're climbing up high. We have tactics and techniques that we immediately snapped into, going from air to ground warfare to air warfare. And I was tasked to shoot them down. So here I am flying up as high as I can to get my missiles to the best advantageous position possible. And I can't tell you the exact things I'm seeing on my radar. That's all classified stuff. But to me, it looked like a fighter speed and size. So was that an F-14? Was that an F-4? Was it an F-5? Was it their Yak 130s? They have those as well, more advanced trainer aircraft. Don't know which one of those it was, but it was a fighter-sized aircraft flying at fighter speeds. And so we immediately tasked to shoot them down. And then lucky for them, just at the right moment, probably, I would say, within 10 seconds of us hammering down on our missile launch button, they turned around and flew back into Iran. They crossed briefly into Afghanistan before they turned back into Iran. And I just thought to myself, oh, Iran is a real threat. Iran is a real problem. And then so after that, we obviously went and debriefed everything with our intelligence officers, got all that information for those jets. But that was a real moment for me where I knew, okay, Iran is not, I've heard all these terrorist things about Iran, but they're getting fighter jets airborne. This is a different enemy than Iraq or Afghanistan. This is different, right? So I knew they were strong then, and now I think the whole world knows that they've gotten a lot stronger than they should have.
U.S. funding makes a difference.
And in this current Operation Epic Fury, what's your sense of the Iranian Air Force?
So they're not nothing. I would say they've focused so much on drones and ballistic missiles that their Air Force is a bit of a paper tiger, but we know that they got an F-5 into Kuwait early on, dropped a bomb in there. That's not nothing, right? You got to count that as a credible threat. Multiple of their Su-24s were shot down by Qatari F-15s early on. They were flying about 50 feet off the ocean to try to disguise themselves. So that's a tactic that they've practiced and studied and trained for. They flew a Yak 130 that was shot down by Israel by an F-35. So I think they're one of the stronger, militaries of the evil of Axis in that area. You think about Iran, China, Russia, they've gotten techniques and tactics from China and Russia. So they're going to be a formidable threat to a point. But with the U.S. military, it's as long as you can get up and airborne in time, you're not going to have a problem shooting them down. But in the fog of war, they're still able to get fighter jets through. And I think that's a credible threat.
What do we know about, or what can you tell me about America's drone capabilities? How does it compare to your adversaries?
The biggest advantage that I see is the connectivity of our drones. And I don't know, especially with the modern ones like the Anduril Fury drone, the AI X-Bat, I've never been able to see this connection right in a fighter jet. When I was flying, my connections were to RQ-4 Global Hawks, MQ-9s, drones like that. But I would assume it's just gotten better and better and better. As far as being able to control an Anduril Fury from your cockpit, that's something that's unique to the United States military, at least now. China, Russia, they would love to have that capability. We even saw Russia put out a 2-seat Su-57. And the thing that I read between the lines, they said, oh, our new Su-57 can now control drones. And I said, well, it's 2 seats. So what do they need to do? Why is it 2 seats? Because all the other Su-57s are 1 seat. Well, the reason why it's 2 seats likely is because they had to do everything they could to get connectivity to a drone, so much so that they had to put in a second person with all new avionics that were just talking to that drone. So their normal jets, like a Su-57 or a Su-35, these are their normal workhorse jets. They're not going to be able to talk or interact with these drones at all. That's why they had to build a whole new fighter jet to be able to contact and connect with the drones. And that's not a combat capability. That's a science project. So the U.S. military, when it comes to the F-22, F-35, F-15EX, these jets all connect on certain links to these drones where you can then use them, and you can be the quarterback that's using these drones as your football team or soccer team, sorry, in the UK. You know, you guys call it football too, right?
We call it football, but soccer is perfectly fine.
Okay. I don't want to offend anybody out there. I'm a big fan. But yeah, I think it comes down to, you know, when you're the leader on the team, whether it's soccer or football, you got to have the ability to interact with everything going on around you. And the U.S. military, the UK, you know, the F-35s in the UK, advanced Western jets have that ability, whereas Russia and China and Iran don't. That's the advantage.
We have the Typhoons. Well, you mentioned the F-47s in passing earlier. What did the F-47?
Something I do wish that something I wish either I wish they knew more about, meaning soldiers, meaning, you know, active duty, even reserves or whatever. I kind of wish they knew more about the international influence on situations like what's going on in Iran. But then again, maybe that wouldn't be beneficial because
you don't want your people on the ground to know too much.
But
can I point out something he mentioned?
Oh, yeah, please.
He was talking about when it first occurred to him that Iran was a threat, and he was talking about the superior technical capability in the sky. And he just said Russia, China, and Iran don't have the technology we have. And I'm sitting here kind of giggling because we obviously advanced Iran, right?
Yep.
We obviously gave them what they needed. Considering the fact that we're giving Israel a dome defensive and Iran money to build offensive systems, what do you think it's going to take for people to connect that dot?
Not much. Or a lot.
Isn't it pretty obvious?
It is to you and I and others, but that are watching on a daily basis, especially. But unless you're actively invested on a daily basis, I don't think you're gonna figure it out.
Well, and I'm saying that because here's a person that's, quote, actively invested.
Right.
But he's got a very on the ground.
That's why I think this is beneficial.
Right?
Yeah.
He's very but you stovepipe the intelligence to the point to keep people like him in the fight. If they know too much, they'd get out of the fight.
Right. And they would challenge orders and
they
whatnot.
would start challenging things. Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I thought this was a wonderful, wonderful interview. I really like this guy. But all I could think of is it would be great to debate him.
It would be, or even offer some another perspective, because I think you're right. You know, like there's vast difference between your boots on the ground, the ones that are face to face with the enemy or the perceived enemy.
He also mentioned DARPA. The guy had DARPA behind him.
Yeah.
That's because he wasn't going to mention IARPA. He's talking about technology, drone technology, using AI and everything. That's IARPA. The guy is hiding behind DARPA. The two of them actually work together. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But that he didn't understand IARPA's connection to this, which is DARPA is obviously defense research and IARPA is, advanced research. There's a difference, when you're talking about what that group is, when you're talking about intelligence advanced research, you can't talk DARPA without IARPA in this story when you're talking advanced drones.
And the thing with DARPA is, I think DARPA has speaking of negative connotation,
and that's why IARPA doesn't, because they keep it hidden. They keep that part of it quiet. But they're both.
What the hell is DARPA at this point? Are they nefarious? You think in life log?
Not all of it's nefarious, but I have watched it over the years, kind of take and fold up smaller businesses, entry businesses, right?
Yeah.
They come in with an idea. This is a great idea. Next thing you know, Google, In-Q-Tel is funding it, and Google takes it over.
Right.
They advance it. So there's more more to the DARPA story, but when you're talking one and not the other, and in the same breath talking about AI-enabled drones, you've got to talk to two of them, and it's interesting hearing him talk about it with an obvious lack of complete picture knowledge.
You're right. That's why I was listening to the entire time and thinking to myself, boy, if only I could marry his knowledge with Feisty's knowledge, because you got two totally different perspectives. Professor Feisty with Max Afterburner. That'd be an interesting combination right there. But I figured, with what limited time we got,
I fully enjoyed this interview.
And there's a few more topics like let's see.
We've run out of time, though, don't you?
Yeah. How the Iran and Ukraine wars are connected.
Mm-hmm.
That is one of the next topics. Yep.
In fact, didn't you catch it when Trump casually put them both on the same battlefield just a week ago?
Yes. Oh my God.
Trump is telling you that they're connected.
And
when Zelensky attacked Iran, you made them one battlefield, publicly acknowledging they're one battlefield. So now you get to step back and go, how does that work?
Right?
So
in the interest of time, I think what we'll do is I wanted to get to your take on this here real quick before you duck out. But and that is the documents declassified in transparency pushed by President Donald Trump.
How far did you go down before you giggled?
This is this is a source, a catch-all, guys, for all documents that John Solomon's overseeing that declassification process with the White House.
Remember what he's doing. It's not just overseeing it. He knows certain files exist. The IC is searching for them. They take it to the White House. It gets declassified, and he gets to write the story.
Yep.
Okay, so he's writing a story about Round River. We only just went over that 2 weeks ago.
Memos related to a secret counterintelligence operation known as Round River, codenamed Round River, that was launched during the 2020 election by a task force of FBI analysts. Whereas analysts, which formerly designated Attorney General Bill Barr, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, key members of Congress, and journalists as Russian disinformation conduits in an apparent effort to tamp down a Ukrainian corruption scandal. So we all remember this. They were trying to tamp down this Ukrainian corruption scandal, but was really Mike Pompeo, because...
Yeah, well, you're going to find out he was okay.
Oh.
What's funny about this is in 2017, when their entire game was at risk, right? Remember the Nunes memos and all of that stuff? They started designing Round River and actually started migrating in 2018. 2020, they fully launched the entire project. But they started migrating Stellar Wind and Crossfire into Round River because it had that special protected status, right? So they could limit who got access to it.
Right.
This is why Durham couldn't come up with anything. But Jack Smith inherited the whole shebang when he was made special counsel. He had that entire database.
Was this an attempt for him to control the information, to gatekeep that information?
It wasn't an attempt. It was an attempt not for Jack Smith. It was an attempt by the 7th floor to gatekeep information. But when Jack Smith came in, he had a mandate, get Trump.
Yeah.
And so he inherited the entire database. The project that came out of that, the investigation that came out of Round River was Arctic Frost, which you know about. That's where cranberry and coconut come from.
Yep.
So what we're looking at here is him declassifying something that actually, again, that's twice in one day. Isn't that fantastic? Where my research got confirmed.
Yes. And there's so much else, too. Maricopa County voter database breach. You got the March toll. The FBI opened a probe into sitting Attorney General Jeff Sessions. We just went into that last week.
Right. Yeah. March toll. We knew that they ran in. We knew that they were investigating because it's what led to Sessions recusing himself. And the thing that most people don't know is that the weekend before he did recuse himself, he and Trump spent the entire weekend together. So that was planned. And then what does Trump do? He advances Rod Rosenstein, who the deep state thought, yes, he's our guy, until you read the Q post and the Palpatine story.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And when you recognize he wasn't what they thought he was. So, in fact, that's in the deck for Monday. But I'm looking at all of this going, wow. For people who don't or aren't following what's going on, the amount of things that have been made public is just phenomenal. What used to take weeks of digging,
yes,
and little hints here and little hints there.
Transparency.
Now we're getting central repositories,
yes, right.
So
and people don't recognize it. Nobody, I shouldn't say nobody, but you're right. That's actually a problem. When we got people that clamor for transparency, we got people that clamoring for declassifying documents and files. They've been they're being declassified at an astronomical rate at this point, and we're not doing our due diligence and properly reporting on it.
So I got to talk about Oxford comma.
But you got to also have people that would even be interested, too, because you could probably bore people to death with it.
Do you know what an Oxford comma is?
I don't know what an actual Oxford comma is.
Okay, so when you got a list of things, you've got it's blue and white and green, and, in a list, you put the comma after the and.
Okay.
It separates the items in the list. Now think about Comey. It's misspelled. It's Oxford, comma, but FBI opened
why is it Oxford?
Because it was Comey who authorized this. It's set apart from these other investigations.
Oh.
Alleging the newly elected president may have been acting as a Russian asset. Now, I'm going to go back to 2017. It is for Monday's deck, but...
Wait, are you suggesting... Hold on, before you go
I
too
am
far.
not suggesting. I am saying it outright. Let me finish my story. I'm going to finish this story because it was in March of 2017 where Trump is having dinner with Comey.
Okay.
And he says to Comey, please make it public that the investigation, I'm not the target of the investigation. And Comey hem and hawed. So I'm just saying Oxford, comma.
So he filled Trump in on all the reasons why he can't.
He was giving Trump briefs, for God's sakes.
All right.
Okay. So what is this investigation? Wow. It's a sting operation. The Oxford, comma. It's an investigation set apart from...
Which I've suspected all along, yes, but it's not like... Fuck, man, this is not going to be easy for a lot of people to stomach. Man.
So it was opened. It was opened conveniently like the day after Comey was fired.
So then this 86-47 thing has got to be about something else.
It's a ruse.
It's got to be.
But I keep saying the actual 86-47 conversation.
A ruse for what?
Began like 2.5 months before Comey's shells, which nobody counted the damn shells.
17. To help you remove your emotion from it, I suppose.
Yeah.
This is not going to be easy for people. I'm telling you right now. But there's also got to be a reason for the narrative to be painting Comey as a bad guy. There's got to be a reason
because
for
you
it.
don't. Okay. When you spotlight somebody, you're spotlighting the situation, not the person actually. Right? So when you're spotlighting Comey, you're talking about 7th floor leadership, which has had more leaders than you can shake a stick at. Right? We've by January of 2018, we had gotten rid of virtually the entire 7th floor by January of 2018.
Yep.
So you're talking about a group. A leadership group. 7th floor is the leadership, right? So And we're not just talking FBI or DOJ.
Right.
In DC, no building can be higher than the Washington Monument.
They have a skyline
So
on
the
it, yeah.
so the 7th floor is the leadership floor in almost every building because it's as high as it can be built.
Yeah.
So, but when Q said 7th floor no more, he's telling you we got rid of the leadership. So I'm laughing at these investigations.
When was that? What year?
That January 2018 is the first time he said 7th floor no more.
Because McCabe was still around.
No, McCabe was fired. 2018, I'm sorry, 2018.
James Baker?
January 2018. James Baker, I got the list.
He was
I have
at
to pull
Twitter.
it out again. Yeah, he went from FBI to Twitter. But the entire group was gone.
The leadership group.
The leadership
they still
group,
had their
yeah.
underlings
Everybody,
and
you
the
got
holdovers
from
and whatnot.
Rabicki all the way up to, Mary McCord, all of them. They're all gone.
Yeah, because when Bongino went in there, he arguably cleaned out a lot of the...
He cleaned out the acolytes.
Yeah, the rank and file holdovers, I assume.
So what it tells you, did you... My career again comes to mind. When somebody... You got an organization and you've got an employee who quits. They generally put at risk the thought of maybe 2 or 3 other employees leaving.
Okay.
Okay. When you have leadership that is quits or fires, it has an exponential effect, right? You'll have more people leaving because of their down chain. And so the same principle applies here. When you have some of these jackadaddies that are in leadership doing things that are contrary to the mission of the agency, their acolytes are people are more loyal to their supervisor than they are the company. Right? So they tend to carry the weight, carry it forward. And so what Bongino was getting rid of is that downstream group of people that thought what people like Mary McCord was doing was great.
Yeah.
And what it does is it highlights just how toxic a bias is.
Yeah, and we saw a whole bunch of stings roping them in as well.
Right.
Little carrot dangling missions. So if you, because I think I dropped the link to this in the chat as a resource for folks. Yes, I did. So if you were to say, if somebody wanted to look into, let's say Oxford comma, what would be some things to look for to support a lot of what you're saying?
Well, you're going to go in there, you're going to look at who they were investigating, the opening and closing statements, if there's a closing, any kind of mandate for what the actual investigation is about, because they have to fill out a form to open the investigation, to provide the predicate, and then there's updates to that. And then if they close it, they provide the closing reason if it's closed. So those you're going to get a lot of information that you can glean.
Okay. Yeah, you get closing communication redacted and declassified by FBI.
See, the opening EC, that's what they opened and why. The closing communication is why it was closed.
Yep.
And then that led to reforms. I'm looking at it here now too. That led to reforms, but the reforms stem from it's kind of a 2-part thing. There was an IG review, and a lot of these reforms were folded in. This is what Ray was implementing.
So you think this was quite possibly, in summary, a sting operation to rope in many of the holdover bad actor leadership and leadership roles?
Remember what Round River was doing. It was an information middleman, right? Because of its protected status, they could put a gatekeeper. It was an automatic gatekeeper. They could keep people out that had a legitimate reason to look into the database for their investigations. But because of the way they designed it, their access would never give them that
So
information.
Round River was an operation imposed on itself, on the FBI itself?
It was imposed on anybody that wasn't in the inner circle. So
and we don't know about that in a circle, or
that's
we do.
Yeah, we do. I did a whole slide deck on it.
On Monday we did, yeah.
A week ago, yeah. Or 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago I did it when I did the database stuff.
Okay.
That's where Nikki Flores comes in.
Nikki Flores,
was the one,
yes.
She is the one that kind of brought that thing to life. But
yes.
What they did is they had a special access for that database.
You guys remember Nikki Flores, right?
Right. She's at Microsoft right now.
Microsoft.
But people like Durham couldn't get into the database, but people like Jack Smith did. Because Jack Smith's mandate was to get Trump. Durham's mandate was to clean out the FBI and DOJ. They weren't going to give him their illicit activity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he was completely locked out of that. U.S. attorneys locked out of it. People that should have had a legitimate reason to go into that database, when they would get in there, the information they were looking for was behind that protected status. So it didn't even come up in their search.
Holy shit.
That's how because of the mistakes that came out in 2017, especially in 2017 with Crossfire Hurricanes database. Do you remember the Nunes memo?
Of course I do.
In 2017?
Yes.
Okay. That was the oh shit moment for the FBI.
Which FBI? Again, we got to be, because
the old FBI. This is right after Trump is in office. They're running these
the
operations.
old guard within the FBI.
Right.
Okay.
So they had.
So that was the oh shit moment for the old guard, or is an oh shit moment that for whoever is overseeing? Let's just say Comey to say, uh-oh.
No, Comey wasn't there yet. This was Sally Yates' time frame.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what had happened was they thought they had walled off. In fact, I call it Vault 7, although it's not that same Vault 7, but I call it Vault 7 for the 7th floor. But they had walled off. Okay, so first of all, they took the Flynn investigation and took it from the field agents and moved it to headquarters so that they could control it.
Yep.
This is where Lisa Page started editing like crazy, right?
Yeah.
So the original 302 got edited. They thought they had walled that off. They thought they had protected what the 7th floor was doing until the day. Can you imagine them watching him on TV? He comes out and he does this very public presser on the White House campus grounds saying, I got this memo about the unmaskings. And they're going, oh shit, our database. Somebody got inside it. Who got inside it?
That was Cash Patel. That was Cash fucking Patel who got inside of it. Yes, he was He worked for the Nunes and the Nunes memo.
Yeah, this was before that. They believe it's Ezra
Cohen
that got
Watnick.
inside it. Yeah. That's what it's always been believed. Nevertheless, the very next day after the Nunes presser, they started putting in all these protocols to try to lock it down. They were getting feverish about that. And that's when they realized, hey, we need a new option here.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2018, they started constructing Round River's database.
Who started it?
The same group of people. They started architecting Round River in 2018.
To cover their asses.
Because Crossfire was compromised. Because Nunes had the goods in his hand.
But I thought Comey was in charge at that time.
No, Comey wasn't in charge until May. This is in February, March timeframe.
Comey
was not in charge yet. McCabe was there. Comey wasn't in charge yet. You remember we went from Sally Yates. Wait a minute. Is it McCabe to Comey? No. Yeah. Isn't it McCabe to Comey? No. It was because McCabe was in a very senior level. I'm getting it mixed up in my head. It's kind of late. But you go from Sally Yates to Comey, he gets fired, then McCabe, or the vice versa. I can't think offhand. Nevertheless, it was through the Nunes thing that the 7th floor has the oh shit moment. They start.
There's Mueller.
Mueller was not. He was not. He was special counsel come May.
Christopher, it was James Comey.
Hold on, let me.
2013, up until Christopher Wray, 2017. Before James Nobody's Homie Comey, it was Robert Mueller from 2001 until 2013 when James Comey.
No, that isn't where I'm going. Hold on.
FBI director.
Hold on.
Before Robert Mueller was Louis Freeh.
Okay, so what we've got here.
He had both eyes when he had both.
FBI director at the time this was going on was Andrew McCabe, May 2017 through August 2017. He was.
Wait, say that again? What was the date?
Okay, so Comey was director till May of 2017. Then it's McCabe.
So
McCabe was the deputy director.
He was the acting. Okay.
McCabe was the deputy director under Comey.
Yeah.
McCabe is the one who's the brainchild. Okay. Now, when McCabe got fired, his attorney stood out in front of DOJ and said, "We can't look at all the files because they're under seal." Following?
Yes. Oh. And Sally Yates was she was DOJ.
Sally Yates is DOJ. This is FBI, yeah. But it's the Sally Yates time frame.
Yeah.
She's in charge. She's in acting at DOJ.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Comey, but McCabe is kind of running things. Remember, Lisa Page worked for McCabe. Lisa Page is the one that's telling Strzok, you need to be editing this 302.
Which, if we indicted, was it Sussman? No. Kleinsmith on that. Why the hell wasn't Lisa Page indicted?
That's my point.
Oh.
Because Durham was locked out of that information.
It's open sourced.
Now it is.
Oh!
And largely because of whistleblowers. Remember, Grassley and his cadre of whistleblowers and Rod Rosenstein working with Grassley, they found a way to get around this. That's why the Rod Rosenstein, the IG report, is really intriguing to watch, to read.
She should have been indicted for knowingly.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I'm saying. When you go through, in fact, I added a slide to the deck. It's the Spygate project where I got the slide, but I added a slide to the deck to show that McCabe, before he became acting director of the FBI, was the deputy director. Lisa Page was his general counsel, and Strzok was at least 2 levels below them. And Trump has always called them the paramour, right? But it's always been made to look like Strzok was leading the 2 of them. It was the other way around.
You know, Rod Rosenstein was acting attorney general at one point?
Yes, he was acting attorney general. He then got confirmed. When Sessions recused himself.
Yeah, Rod Rowe was the
Rod
deputy
Rosenstein
director.
was the deputy attorney general.
Deputy
at the time.
attorney general, right. So, and if you look him up on Wikipedia, he's going to have a color red right next to him. But a lot of people think Rod Rosenstein was a snake. I thought. Go look at the footage of him coming out of a Marine Force One with
Air
Trump.
Force One, right, with that smile from ear to ear.
Yeah, go watch that footage and then.
Well, let me. I mean, I'm giving away too much for Monday, but the thing with Rosenstein that was interesting. Remember, Sessions barely got through the confirmation process. Remember?
Because they didn't have enough on him.
Rosenstein got through 94-6. Overwhelming bipartisan support for Rosenstein. Why? Because they thought they could control him. They thought they had something on him.
Yeah, good luck with that.
And then you read the Palpatine and you realize Rosenstein wasn't playing ball. And then all of a sudden he's talking about wearing a wire, right? That it's all over the media.
Yes.
He's gonna wear a wire.
Yes.
And it wasn't a true story.
I forgot about that.
But they were so pissed that he wasn't playing ball that the wire story came out.
Then it was Matthew Whitaker.
Yes.
And he was only acting for Well, he was actually acting for a little while, wasn't he?
For quite a while. Well, not a whole year, but he was acting for a while.
Nearly a year, yeah.
Yeah, he's still serving in this administration. He's
I
an
know
ambassador.
He is. Yeah, he's an ambassador. I don't remember where, but
Can't think of where offhand.
then it was Bill Barr, who then stepped down at the 11th hour.
After he did something.
Yeah, and then briefly.
After he did what? Wait, what did he do? He made Durham a special counsel.
A special counsel, that's right.
Which preserved the investigation Durham was doing.
Even after Durham was finished?
Because the only way you can get rid of a special counsel's investigation is if the special counsel was doing something illegal. So before then, Durham's investigation had become a criminal probe in 2019. 2020, October of 2020, makes him a special counsel. There was no way in the changeover of a new administration that they could get rid of Durham.
Then why hasn't something been done about Jack Smith? Who his whole entire special counsel was...
He did get his privileges in this country pulled. We'll see where it goes.
I hope so, because his whole entire special counsel was invalid.
Yeah, it was. Well, the day he was appointed, I'd say he can't be a special counsel. He's a civilian, for God's sakes. What the hell's going on here? But I don't know if you read it, Ed Meese did a amicus for the court case.
Mm-hmm.
That Eileen Cannon went, "You're illegal, Jack Smith. Get out of my face." The amicus that Ed Meese wrote up was just excellent reading about why Jack Smith was an illegal special counsel. Which leads to the issue we just had a month or so ago with the U.S. attorney down in Florida who stole Volume 2.
What?
What's her name? Remember she's a cake recipe to herself, and it was actually Volume 2?
Yes.
Okay, so that's where that story goes because Jack Smith was illegal. Eileen Cannon said you cannot release.
You've got such a good fucking memory, man. Oh my gosh.
Because I find this story so fascinating. I really do. I'm just so. It's like watching a bunch of children saying, "I'm not eating a cookie," right? And there's crumbs everywhere. They're so damn sloppy. It's hysterical to watch this. They really don't know their ass from a hole in the ground.
Jax 212 says Watergate kind of shit.
This is worse than Watergate.
Way worse.
Way worse than Watergate.
And it persisted for a while. Where Watergate,
well, we're 10 years now, right?
Watergate took up one night.
11 years.
What did? Oh,
Crossfire stuff. Yeah. It started with the mid-year in July of 2015.
Yeah, Watergate was a coup, an effective coup.
But it's this. They were trying to do that here.
Yeah.
And one could argue that they did affect a coup by stealing the 2020.
Yeah. Or just hindering Trump's entire first term.
Well, they're trying to do that still now.
Yeah, imagine the success.
But isn't it wonderful to see that Trump really is a master at walking and chewing gum?
Yeah. So, in closing, what would you suggest for people to look out for in the coming days, week? Are you anticipating anything to get released, to be maybe declassified? Should we be expecting any indictments?
Well, I do think that's coming. It's already started with the SPLC
Those
stuff.
have been rolling.
Right,
lately.
and we've got a lot of insider indictments inside the deep state for people that have been committing fraud.
That leaker, too?
Mm-hmm.
Fraud.
Kendall,
yeah.
And you got LaRoque, who the $1 million guy. You got David Rush back in, I think, May, where $40 million issue. So you're watching, that's starting to step up. You're seeing more and more of that.
Okay.
But I think what we're getting is the steady rollout. So now we went from a trickle in the spring to a steady brook, right? We're getting this steady flow of information. I don't think it's going to be long before the Beaver Dam breaks.
Yep.
And we suddenly get a flood. Boom, like a flash flood. This is all building up. If you understand how all of this connects between the election, COVID, this stuff that we're talking about with the DOJ and all these investigations, if you understand how all that connects and you see all this stuff coming out in a steady flow, it's pretty obvious that it's about to burst.
Remember Michael Caputo?
Yes.
Says here in I think March of 2025, as I worked in my office next to U.S. Attorney Eagle Ed Martin, I received a Google alert about a recently expired secret FBI subpoena for my Gmail, opened 9/23, September 2023. I started working for a candidate, Donald John Trump, again in August of 2023. That March day in the DOJ office, I was working for President Trump, and the FBI was spying on me the whole time, he says. I asked the Trump-appointed AUSA to look over the redacted subpoena. He pointed out that the investigation appeared to originate in the D.C. U.S. Attorney Office where we worked. The responsible career attorney likely sat in a nearby office. I worked in the justice office that was secretly investigating
me. He probably
me.
broke bread with the guy. Are you kidding?
He just said this. I worked in the justice office that was secretly investigating me for 4+ years. Even with that subpoena expired, I suspected DOJ, FBI were still on me. Judicial Watch and I discovered in December 2025 that they were. Luckily, holy cow. Luckily, I had dropped a few emails to myself across 2025 telling the FBI agents monitoring my account exactly what they can do with themselves. He said, you got to see it. He said, 4 days after my 12/28 email to the Phoebes, I got news that the FBI had indeed entered an aggressive search warrant for all my data. Banking, emails, phone, search prompts, more than a week after we won the 2024 election. They still talk about a continuing conspiracy.
The conspiracy keeps going.
He says it was active until December 2025. Now it's closed. Maybe, he says. These weaponized criminal bureaucrat scum are still hiding like cowards, working in the FBI, he says.
I think you know what Bongino was doing, don't you?
I hope so.
I think that's what he was
I can't
doing.
confirm it, but he continues by saying these weaponized criminal bureaucrat scum are still hiding like cowards, working. He's saying that they're working in the FBI, and he says, thank you, Tom Fitton and his Judicial Watch, excellent team for saving our family from this politically weaponized government.
Right.
And he also said, February 2021, 6 months after this list was assembled, the Biden FBI opened man, they abused this guy bad.
They abused. Do you remember Trump's chauffeur with Catherine Heritage?
Wow.
Do you remember? It's a few months back.
Yes.
The guy that was Trump's chauffeur that went through the same thing. He said there's a whole lot of people above me, but everybody from Trump all the way down to the chauffeur got swept up in that.
Unfucking real. Could you imagine? You were the very company.
I think it's time for an unmasking, don't you think?
100%, and I suspect that's what's going to happen. Well, this was the message that he sent to himself May 2nd, 2025. Go fuck yourself. He said, fellas, go fuck yourself. I'm coming for you. Michael Caputo. Oh, and he dropped his phone number. Yikes.
Well, they already had it. Why not?
Right. Dear agents. Yeah, but publicly? Dear agents, we are visiting family in Spain, just so you know. Go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourself, Michael Caputo.
Michael Caputo has never shied away from confrontation.
I love it.
That.
That's a ride or die right there. Anyways, thank you, Feisty, for joining tonight.
You're so welcome.
Go
I
get
had
some
a
rest.
good time.
I'm glad. I hope you did. I'll see you on
Good night,
Monday,
everybody.
and give my love. Shout out to Not Kevin. And I can't wait, hopefully, talk about that offer later.
Oh, yeah. And I do need to talk to you about something big.
Okay. All right.
Now
Tomorrow.
it's every day it's getting bigger and bigger. You got to call
Okay.
me.
All right. I'll talk to you tomorrow about it.
Bye.
Good night. Love you. All right. Whoa, baby.